All right, welcome everybody to the second day of Iglooconf. I hope you had a great day yesterday, including the after party. I managed to lose my staff badge, so if you see anybody with my name, act at least a little bit suspiciously. Today, let's see if I can change the slide here. The Wi-Fi is the same. FAUG is still the same. Hopefully we have some more members today than yesterday. But again, find us on Google, YouTube, all of those services. Meetup also. Our sponsors, still the same. But let's still give them a big hand. They again have their booths directly behind this wall. So go talk to them and find out if they could be a good employer for you in the future. Again, same place. Maybe the most important part is the lunch here at the top. So we'll again have 2 sessions here in the morning. And then we have lunch. Then we again have 2 more sessions here, break, and then the closing words, attendee award ceremony. There's a drone we will be having in a raffle if you evaluate our speakers in the end. And again, all this can be found in iglooconf.fi. So go click those names of the presentations and so on to find more information. Did I have anything else here? Again, live streams, azure.li/igloo1, igloo2, and also on the front page of iglooconf.fi. All of these sessions are streamed. So tell your friends, tweet, send some LinkedIn messages with the Iglooconf hashtag so we can get some visibility there also. But I think we can get started with our first presentation. So we have Heini Ilmarinen here talking about Fabric. So let's give her a big hand here.
I needed to remember is to put the mic off on. And of course, I forgot. So welcome everyone to Fabric for Mere Mortals. I'm impressed there's so many of you in the room at 9 a.m. It is kind of early in my opinion, but I guess some other people might be morning people on the other hand. So what we're going to be doing in this session is trying to figure out how to make sense of Fabric, since I would believe that all of you have heard about Fabric in some extent. And well, it might not be quite as simple as it seems. So if we go back a little bit of time, in 2019, there was something called Synapse Analytics that came out in Azure as a data platform solution. And that was supposed to bring all the capabilities that you could ever need for a data platform together in a very easily integrated, manageable manner. But if any of you have used Synapse at any point, tried to set up networking, anything like that, you have probably been just like fuming and thinking like, how can this be so hard? This was supposed to be integrated and easy to use, and everything just fits together. So that wasn't quite the truth. On the data side, we've of course had also Power BI around for a very long time already, and that is really widely used for reporting needs, visualizing our data, bringing our data to life. And so as the latest evolution, we've got, of course, Fabric that came in already about a year ago. So Fabric came in claiming the same thing as Synapse did, with a little bit of a different twist. These are the pieces that will fit together nicely. They're nicely integrated. You don't need to have to do any work, and everything just works. There's, of course, different twists to Fabric, and we'll get to them in a bit. But the tricky thing might be, once you get started, is that you figure out that, wait, there's all these different experiences. There's data engineering, there's OneLake, there's data warehouse. How do you even figure out which components to use from each of those? And that can be a little bit mind-boggling in the beginning. So that is why this session was created, to make you figure that out a little bit easier for you. So to do that today, we're going to first set the stage for just figuring out why would we need a data platform, what are we trying to do. Then we'll start to go deeper into the different experiences and artifacts that you can find in Fabric. And then lastly, we will briefly look at what would a full solution look like. And well, if you want to hear more about Fabric, there will be a session from Vesa, who is sitting in the front row here, later today, that I heard will be mainly demos, so you will get more hands-on aspects of Fabric as well. So if you want more, make sure to go there as well. So for those of you who don't know me, I'm Heini Ilmarinen. I work at Polar Squad here in Finland. I am a DevOps consultant I do that work with a data twist on the go as well. I'm a data platform MVP, and I actually do go around quite a bit in data side events to speak around the world. But this is actually my first conference in Finland, which I find a little bit weird. I've been doing this for some years now, but I've never actually talked in a conference in Finland. So I'm really, really excited to be here and actually be able to speak in Finland as well. I am a 1/3 of the Knee Deep in Tech podcast, where we talk about Microsoft technologies from all kinds of different aspects. And then kind of my angle to things always comes from the architecture side. How do things fit together? That's what I always want to figure out. How do you put them together in a meaningful way so that you make something that you need happen? I was actually supposed to become a math teacher initially, but instead I'm here today. So I am maybe a little bit of a math nerd at heart, at least. And as you might have seen, I'm a bit of a serial doodler. I like to make sense of things by drawing them out. And so I decided, well, that's a good way to make slides as well. That's why you see so many of them today as well. All right, so let's get started. Just first setting the stage. Before we get there, how many of you have heard of Fabric? Okay, I think that's all hands. How many of you have tested it out in some way? Played? Okay, not that many. How many are using it in production? Well, maybe Vesa is the only one who is eagerly pointing their hand up. So not very many are actually running Fabric in production. And yeah, you're in the right place if you've heard about it but haven't maybe gotten started yet. So hopefully this will help you get going a little faster. So if we think about data projects, we always have some kind of data that we want to work with. We have some kind of data sources that we are interested in. That is kind of, I think, the common thread for all kinds of data projects. We want to bring some kind of value out of our data, and that means we have some data in our source systems, and we need that into our data platform by loading and ingesting it somewhere. For that, of course, it will depend on our data source, whether it is more a batch load that we need to do. Do we need to set up some kind of event streaming? What kind of ingestion do we actually have to make for our data? So there are variations there. Then once we get the data in, we want to store it somewhere so that then we can efficiently serve it, because that is the main point, that we want to serve it. But in reality, once we bring the data in, we most likely need to do some kind of transformations on it. We need to do some kind of analysis on it. That can vary quite widely depending on the project and what kind of data you have. But a lot of times we do have to do some transformations to actually find some kind of valuable new data from the data that we bring in. We might need to combine it with another data source or something like that. And then the point that brings us value is when we actually serve that data. It can be a visualization through Power BI, or it can be that you serve that data to an end application, or you create an API. The varieties there are quite wide. Of course, in a lot of the, I think, Microsoft documentation and reference architectures, we see Power BI there, but it could be something else, depending what do you need your data for. So if we look at any kind of data project, we can probably find these stages in some way or another there. And so then the question stands, what do we need from a data platform to actually be able to do these things? We kind of need the capabilities to load and ingest data in some way. We need some kind of way to store the data efficiently. We need some kind of way to transform and analyze it according to our needs. And then we probably need some way to serve it as well, unless we take it outside of our data platform, somewhere else. So if we then flip it around and start to look, well, what do we then need from a data platform? And if we look at that from the Fabric perspective, but actually this first point applies to any kind of data platform, modern data platform at least. So we need some kind of layer where we will store our data. Of course, that is kind of evident, I believe. But then when we are looking at the more modern data platforms, we are not talking about this at this day and age that we have one SQL server where we rule it all. And in these modern data platforms, we have kind of separated the storage layer and compute layer. So we actually need some kind of metastore layer, which is going to help us make sense of our data. The metastore layer is what defines what is our table, what is its structure, and things like that. So even if we store our data in the storage layer in even like a binary format, then we can make sense out of that data for ourselves, even if it's a flat file behind the scenes. So the metastore combined with the storage is what kind of brings us that data structure capabilities for us in these modern platforms. Then we, of course, need some kind of compute to be able to run our transformations, ingestions, and so forth, what brings the power for actually be able to do something with our data. And then a lot of times we also need some orchestration. These are kind of the minimum capabilities that we need. Of course, some platforms have some additional capabilities as well, but this is something that we need at least for our solution. So if we start looking at it from the Fabric perspective, for the storage layer in Fabric, we have something called OneLake. I have very mixed feelings about this word, and for them calling it the OneDrive for data, I don't think that is a positive marketing term, in my opinion. But, you know, everyone has their opinions. But the storage layer is OneLake, which is essentially built on top of Azure Data Lake Gen 2, so having a hierarchical namespace enabled in an Azure storage account, essentially. So that means that if you've been using an Azure storage account as a data lake previously, you have a lot of the same capabilities with OneLake as well. It has the same structures behind the scenes, even though we don't see it so clearly in front of us or when we work with it. Then if we look at the metastore layer, that is where things start to get interesting, in my opinion. They start to maybe get even a little complex. So if we look at the Metastore layer, we have these different structures that you can create in Fabric. We have a lakehouse, which is one option that we can create. A lakehouse consists of tables that you define based on the data that you have in your OneLake. But we also have an option to create a warehouse. And the warehouse behind the scenes uses, well, a new iteration of a SQL engine. It is not a pure SQL, Microsoft SQL. It is a new iteration. So it doesn't work exactly like an Azure SQL or Microsoft SQL. Then we also have the compute layer that actually in Fabric ties very tightly with the Metastore layer. So if you're using the lakehouse capabilities, the primary way to the primary compute you use would be the Spark compute to do that. And then on the warehouse side, on the other hand, we would use warehouse capacity. Well, those are, of course, in Fabric all kind of managed for us. We don't have to necessarily take care of them unless we want to customize something. But the interesting thing in Fabric is that the Metastore layer and compute layer link very tightly together. So if you are running things in a warehouse, then you are using the warehouse capacity. And then it means that you are using those toolings to work with your data. So you're using SQL, not T-SQL, but a variation of SQL. And then if you're working on the Spark side, you are mainly using notebooks. We'll go into a little more detail in how you can, well, work together with these as well. But there's this very tight tie between the capacity and Metastore that we use. Then if we look at the orchestration layer, there is also something called pipelines, which is the Azure Data Factory capabilities brought into Fabric. And then we also have data flows Gen 2, which are familiar from the Power BI side previously. So if we look at all of these things, and then we look at them in the Fabric context, we can see that there's a lot of components that are familiar from previous services. So for example, the Spark compute capabilities were in Synapse already before, but the lakehouse structures are a little different than what was available in Synapse. And then the warehouse might first feel like it's maybe the SQL pools from Synapse Analytics. But in Synapse, we had dedicated and serverless SQL pools, and this is not either of those. So this is kind of a new iteration of that as well. It's trying to take the best of both of those worlds, of the dedicated SQL pools and serverless SQL pools. But it's not kind of backwards compatible with either one of those. So that's good to note. There is actually like a third thread for Fabric that we can look at, which is more linked with the streams and event-based processing that you might need to do. So even on that side, we have its own house. So we can see that we have lakehouses and warehouses, but then on the stream side, you can create an event house within which you can have your KQL databases. The last I checked, the event house was still in preview. So there are still capabilities coming in there as well. And then on the compute, if you are going to run your queries on that side, we are going to have the Custo engine behind the scenes, again, powering those queries that we run against our Metastore. And then for the orchestration, we have event streams. So there is quite many options to kind of like what kind of direction you can go. And of course, to be able to decide between any of these, we need to have a little more information about what each of these are. But by now, we've kind of set the stage. We know what are the main purposes of a data platform solution in general. What do we need from a data platform to make that happen? And how does that map to the Fabric capabilities? And now we're going to start to dive deeper into experiences and artifacts that we can find in Fabric and see also a little bit in practice how to use them. So before we head there, just kind of to remember as we're going through all of these, kind of the basics about Fabric. When we're talking about Fabric, we're talking about a SaaS platform. They call that it has a SaaS foundation in the marketing material. Not sure what that exactly means, but essentially when you are working with Fabric, you don't set up an Azure resource. You just sign up for the service, and then according to which Entra tenant you're in, you kind of get linked to that specific tenant of that service. And this has, of course, a lot of implications. It means that, for example, for the computes, you don't have to set up anything to get going. There are kind of default computes available for you from the get-go, but there is some options to customize. But since it's a SaaS platform, it means you don't have infinite possibilities in how you can customize. There is some restrictions in place, what you can do and what you cannot. That means that we have to evaluate Fabric as we would any other SaaS platform. Do we trust it? Are we going to trust the kind of security capabilities it offers, for example? And based on that, are we then going to use it in our organization? Because it's a SaaS foundation, it also means that we don't necessarily buy it as an Azure resource in the same way, but kind of Fabric has taken on the licensing that was already in Power BI, plus then added their own capacities that you specifically need to run Fabric. And I think currently the mode is very complicated because you still have some of the Power BI licensing that only applies to Power BI, and then we have the Fabric capacities that apply to everything in Fabric, including Power BI as well. I hope that in time that will get a little clearer, but kind of the one thing to note that if you do have an Azure subscription, you can buy your Fabric capacity through an Azure subscription as well. So you can create it there and then link it to your Fabric workspace. And one of the core foundations of Fabric is that it has a centralized data store, that you don't need to move your data multiple times. You don't need to duplicate it. Once you have it on your data platform, then you can use it anywhere in Fabric if you have access to it. So with that, the logical place to start with is starting with OneLake. Wow, that went well. So I'm just going to take this all out because I have clearly made a mistake. So if we would look at OneLake, that is the storage layer for Fabric. When you sign up for Fabric, when your organization is using Fabric, there is kind of one OneLake, that doesn't sound right, one OneLake that gets associated to your organization, to your tenant essentially. And so when you start to structure your Fabric workloads into workspaces, then each of those workspaces creates a container essentially, if you're familiar with Azure Storage. So that creates essentially folders for you that separate each of those workspaces. Then as you start to create the different meta stores, those get a folder within the workspace that you create them in. So if you create a lakehouse in workspace 1, you get a folder with that name. And then if you work with the files, then, that did not go as planned. If you work with the files, then you get a folder for that. And then if you have subfolders within that, you get subfolders. And then you have your files within there. So we get these storage structures into the OneLake that then does allow us, if we need to, we can kind of figure out how is our data stored in our OneLake, where can we find each of our data tables, and so forth. And we can find like a link that we can use to communicate with that. But if you this is just like one metastore in place. In this picture, you have a lakehouse, and then you have the folders in there. But if you create many, then you, of course, will, within one workspace, start to have many, many folders that separate each of those workloads that you might be using. And then when you have the next workspace, again, the same happens. So there's going to become quite complex structures in place for this. So if we start to look at the data engineering side, which is one of the ways that we can, of course, work with OneLake, the main way that the main experience within data engineering is that you create a lakehouse metastore. You structure your data in tables within your lakehouse, or you have some raw files in there as well. That is an option. When you create a lakehouse, there is kind of two sections in the lakehouse that you might be using. While, of course, behind the scenes, the data is stored in OneLake. But those two sections is you have this files section where you can just, for example, you could upload your data in there manually or by a process. But you have also this tables section. So those will create two different paths within your OneLake storage if you use both of those portions. While you create a lakehouse, you get actually two other things as well. You get a SQL endpoint. So that is what enables you to query your data in your lakehouse by using the same SQL syntax as you would on the warehouse side. But this is a read-only endpoint, so you can query the data, you can make even some nice analysis on it, but it is a read-only endpoint. That's good to know. And you also get a semantic model, which is the model we would use then to link our Power BI report to. So that gets automatically created. You might need to go in and modify it, but there's one that gets created for you automatically. And most likely, I would say you want to do something to it before you start your reporting building. On all of the experiences, we also have the pipeline capabilities, the orchestration capabilities for us there to leverage, so that if we do need to schedule something, if we need to, for example, put two different transformations to happen one after the other, then we can use the pipelines functionality to do that. And since this is something that is very heavily based on what we had in Data Factory, it means that we have all these connectors that can enable us to connect to our data sources, all these activities that help us make our transformations, and then we can, of course, decide a destination that we place our data in. And of course, behind the scenes, OneLake is where that data gets stored in those structures that we went through just previously, and it kind of ends up in a nice way, structured way, though maybe a little bit complex. And then the main way to work with your data is with notebooks within the data engineering experience. So notebooks consist of cells that you can have either code or even comments in. And then those are what you would run against your lakehouse as kind of the primary method. There are other ways as well, but that is the primary way. So kind of the notebooks are the main way that you interact with your data on the lakehouse side. But as we can see, if you use the data engineering portion, there's quite many things that get created behind the scenes. Just by creating a lakehouse, you end up with a SQL endpoint and a semantic model to start with. And then you also have all these other aspects there as well in a full solution. If we compare this to the data warehousing capabilities that we have, yes, apparently my clicker died. So if we compare this to the data warehouse capabilities, within a data warehouse, the metastore that you would use is called a warehouse. And this has more like the typical structure of a regular SQL database. We have schemas, and we then have tables under that. So it is more, we get this three-level reference that we can use to reference our tables that has the warehouse name, the schema, and the table that we have then under that schema. So you would use more kind of for structuring, you would use more those maybe familiar concepts that we have also from more traditional database modeling as well. But what to note, what I also already said before, and to really highlight, is that the warehouse is not the same as Microsoft SQL. The SQL syntax that we use is not exactly the same as in T-SQL. So there are some little differences there that you have to take into account. But just as with lakehouses, the data is stored in OneLake behind the scenes. You get a new folder for your warehouse when you create it, and then the data gets stored under there. And then you, of course, have the same kind of like basic capabilities within the data warehousing side as well. You have the pipelines and data flows and things like that that you can leverage as well. If you would want to bring these kind of two experiences together, it is possible. For the lakehouse, we, of course, have the SQL endpoint that gets created behind the scenes. And if you would want to reference let's say, a warehouse table in your notebook, in your data engineering experience side, that is possible. If you're in the same warehouse, you can find the link to the data. Where is this data stored in my OneLake, and reference that in your notebook. But if your warehouse happens to be, for example, in another workspace in Fabric, then you would need to create a shortcut to your lakehouse to reference that table. And through that, then you would be able to query or kind of use that reference to the table in your notebooks as well. So there is kind of integration between the different experiences, but in some cases it can be a little more complex to set up. It doesn't kind of work out of the box. Because for me, if I'm told you have a unified platform, you are able to access whatever data you have access to, I would think I can reference my warehouse table from anywhere in Fabric. But that is not always the case. If I'm in a different workspace, I need to create a shortcut. And of course, shortcuts can be used to reference things within Fabric workspace itself. So I can link to a table from a different workspace to my lakehouse. Or I can actually reference things outside of Fabric. So if I have data in my Azure Data Lake storage somewhere already existing, I can create a shortcut to it so that it's available and visible for me in Fabric directly so that I don't need to move the data. All right. So we've gone through a little bit of the experiences and artifacts. And before we move to the next point, let's look a little bit hands-on about how does this all work. Interesting. So I will go back into my workspace. So by looking at Fabric, you can right away see that this is pretty much the Power BI user interface, but with different icons than there used to be. But the experience of working with Fabric is very much the same as it used to be with Power BI. Also, a lot of the management features are in line with what we had in Power BI as well. And of course, I'm a person who actually likes infrastructure and setting up networking and all these things that are sometimes difficult. So kind of when Fabric came out, I was a little bummed that I don't have I don't need to do that anymore. Why not? That is the fun part. But I guess I've gotten a little over that, and I'm happy to get going. Can you see at the back of the room? Should I make it bigger? OK. See nodding. Is that bigger, or I can see?
It's fine.
OK, it's good. Let's go with that. So I've created a lakehouse beforehand called Igloo. Very, what is this? Creative, I would say. And I actually have, as we can see, when I've created that lakehouse, it creates a semantic model and also a SQL analytics endpoint for me as well, so I can work with that data in those two ways. And if I go into my lakehouse, then I can see that I have this files portion. Let's see if I actually have some data here. It's always interesting that you need to refresh it even though the data is there. So I've created a subfolder that's called raw data, and within that I have some data in a yellow taxi folder as well. And then I can also have some tables in the table side if I would have some. So that I don't have yet, so we're going to go ahead and kind of figure out how one could do that, for example. So I prepared a notebook. So this is essentially kind of the main way of working in the lakehouse side. I really like Spark, PySpark specifically, and you kind of only, the sky is the limit on what you can do, but it is of course coding. So we're going to start from the beginning here. I'm going to link into some of the open data sets that is available. We will see that I'm now using the default compute that is behind the scenes. And we will see that it kind of starts the session first. That was in 4 seconds. And then it actually starts to run the cell block of code that I have here. So I'm essentially just creating a path to the data that I want to fetch. This is a completely public endpoint, so I don't have to put in any authentication information or anything like that. So that is done in 25 seconds, a little maybe slow, but then if I want to check what is my data like, I can run a display command on that and see what does my data look like. I have been verifying that this works, so now it's doesn't take quite as long as it maybe does on the first go. Of course, what I might want to do is that I might want to bring that data into my OneLake. And so what I'm doing here is I'm giving it a file name. I'll actually put this to run because it takes a little while I explain. And then we can set this output path for it. That references our OneLake. So you can see that in the name here, I have the workspace name here, Iglooconf demos, as kind of the container reference in this URL. So this is the specific ABFSS syntax that we do, that we first have the container name, then we have the @ sign, and then we have the rest of the URL. So then we have the reference to OneLake specifically, and then I have a reference to my specific lake house, and then I want this to go into the file section, into the raw data subfolder, and to the specific file name that I specified. So that is going to write some of the data from that data set in there. I'm not going to take all of it because it's quite a large data set. So I'm just going to take 1,000 rows for it because we just get to see how do we create tables and things like that. So that will all end up in our yellow taxi folder in a moment from this query, but this takes a few minutes, so I will just go on to the next one to explain that. The rest don't take quite so long. So what then, when I've written my data into my OneLake and into a specific lake house in the file section, then I can reference that specific path and read that data using kind of the methods we have in Spark. And then, for example, in this case, I can add a column here. So we do the with column command, and we add a timestamp for the time when that was loaded in. And then I can, for example, filter by something. So in this case, we are filtering where this specific column is not null and ensuring that we don't have those rows that do have a null value there. And then once we want to load it to the table side in our lakehouse, then we would do a write of that data frame and put this save as table section with the table name reference. And then we're just kind of displaying what was that data that we were actually writing there. So this previous cell is now done, so I can put this next one to run as well. And we can see if our data shows up in the table section as well. With the portions that are in the kind of the file side, we can see what kind of files did it create here. So this was just a Parquet file, Parquet format that we were using. So we end up with a Parquet file, which is kind of one of the default formats used. Once we get to the tables, that actually gets stored in Delta Lake format behind the scenes, which is kind of just built on top of Parquet that brings in some metadata that makes it easier to have like the proper transactional support and other things that we need in data platforms. So we see that there's actually our files there, and we can see that the next cell is ready as well. So if we refresh the table side, we should have our table, which I do not see now. Let's see. This is something that I have happen occasionally, that things just don't show up right away in Fabric, which is very fun for demos, where you would like something to actually show up. It would be fun if it did. That normally works. And we can see that our data frame that is there, it actually does return one row. Well, anyways, I'm not sure I can find now where the fault is at, but it would show up in the table side. Let's see if we go to the Lakehouse Explorer. I am doubtful that it will show up. Of course not. That is very nice. So let's see, we'll come back to this and see if it shows up. But essentially, we start to then have a list of the tables we have in our lakehouse under the tables folder, which then allows to do more work on those as well. I luckily have one of my older demos. I haven't cleaned that up, so we can maybe look at it from that side if this doesn't kind of kick off the way it is supposed to. But so here's kind of a preview of the lakehouse side. I think Vesa is going to show a little bit more of the warehousing side if that is of interest. But kind of the user interface is nice and easy. I have sometimes this experience that things don't show up quite as fast as I would like. But when things do work, they work quite well. For example, I really like the Spark startup time. It doesn't take long to get going if you use the default capacity and so forth. So there are good aspects here as well. All right. If we kind of continue in the last bit of this presentation, and hopefully we get to come back to the demos in a bit, what might be of interest is, of course, building a full solution, building something that kind of brings your data from the very ingestion point all the way to the end. So we kind of like, which components of Fabric would we use for each of these stages, from bringing our data in from a data source, ingesting it, then storing it, doing some transforming analysis on it, and then being able to serve it for our end users as well. So if we look at that, we have, of course, many different ways that we could go. So that is the tricky thing. We need to choose which kind of way are we going to take as we go forward. And if we look at kind of the first stream, let's say we have like a traditional relational database that we want to bring in. We use a pipeline to be able to just copy that data, for example, into our lakehouse, into our files raw data folder that we had a similar setup in what we just saw. Then we might use another pipeline to actually clean that, make it a nicer table, something that we actually want to give as an option for our end users to use for their own analysis. So then we might write our data into a clean table, for example, in our lakehouse. And then we could use Power BI to visualize that data, have that serving layer as well. Then, of course, as we might have some event streams as well, that would be kind of a different kind of stream, more hot data coming in. Then on that side, we could use the event house. We could also link directly to the lakehouse from our stream and ensure that we also have our data available as a table there. Or we could go through an event house so that we have that KQL query capabilities for our data as well, if we're doing more on the fly querying of the data as we go. So as we can see, kind of figuring out the broad strokes for your platform might not be that difficult. Yes, you, for example, need to figure out, are you using lakehouses or warehouses, or what are you using behind the scenes? All of them do write data into the one lake, and all of them store the data in Delta Lake format. But if you are, for example, using the warehousing side, then that compute that is used does its own kind of optimizations on the data. So it doesn't mean that you can 100% use it anywhere else then. So you have to take that into consideration and think of that when you're planning your platform. How do you set the pieces together as you go? So you do need to decide a little bit like which metastores are you going to use. If you use just everything randomly for different components, then you will have to be able to then figure out how do you make that sensible? How do you make that easy for your users to understand what is happening, what component links to what? Because as we saw already there, it can be quite many things that end up in our Fabric workspace. Also just, I had created only a lakehouse, only a notebook, and I already have a bit of a list of items in my workspace there as well. So think about when you start using Fabric, it's good to get going and start testing things out, but also think about what are you doing as different portions of your solution. Do you need more batch type ingestion? Do you need more streaming? because for those we then have the different components within Fabric as well. And with that, let's go back here and let's see if I have some data available. No, of course not. I've sometimes had it also happen so that somehow the data ends up in a different place than I intend, even though it should automatically, kind of the lakehouse you have selected here, it should link to that. But sometimes I've had it figure that, no, I want to write this in a different lakehouse in my workspace. So I'm kind of assuming that might be what is happening here. Yes. So I'm just going to switch real quick here, or actually, I have a former lakehouse I've been working with. This unfortunately has a little too many things, but this is what would happen. We have a kind of a table for our data show up in our lakehouse. The thing is that I cannot see the same way the data for this as I could for the files section. I cannot see the files themselves in this view. But I could, for example, copy the path to that table if I needed to reference it later. So we can see a similar path here as we could reference for the file section. We have a similar syntax. We just are under the tables folder here. And also, if I would like to load the data, for example, I want in my next cell, I want to select from that table, then that would be an option as well. So I can ensure that I get the data that I want, that it looks the way that I wanted it to. So if we look at it, we see it's the same data. We also have the data load date time in there, and we are kind of good to go. Yes, I will maybe try one more thing with my previous, because here I had just referenced the table name, so I will just, I should be able to reference the kind of the entire reference of the table, and that should be just as fine as well. But let's see, I have not checked the syntax, so it's called Igloo. I have my, of course, doesn't like that one. Okay, I'm not going to get into it now, but somehow it wants to write it here in the wrong lakehouse. So I think I might have somewhere behind the scenes this old one as a default for this workspace, and, well, it wants to write it there, the data. So there is a way to reference, I want this in this specific lakehouse, but I won't go into that now so that we don't lose too much time since the time is running out. So another aspect that we might be interested in is having kind of an event stream set up. I sometimes think that am I totally insane trying to do these demos, because sometimes with these ones also how the data comes in is not always so fast, but we'll just use the sample data that is available here. They are quite actually good data sets. Of course, in real life, you might have a little more discrepancies in your data. It might not be as clean as sometimes in these data sets, but it's a good starting point. So this is essentially like shared bike usage data, and they have like the docs where those bikes are in the different neighborhoods and things like that. So they have also now used how this event stream side works a little bit in the last few days. So as we can see, as a destination, we can add either a custom app lakehouse, KQL database, and Reflex. I'm just gonna put in our Iglooconf a lakehouse here. And I'm going to create a new Delta table. What I find difficult is kind of the actual event processor. It has been moved here, and the user interface is horrible in my opinion. What they did for this, because I can never figure out how to properly zoom in here. So pretty much what you can then do here is you can set up if you have any other operations that you would like to add. We could, for example, do a group by. I'm sorry, I'm going to zoom out a little bit because otherwise I'm not able to see anything. So for example, we want to know where is the biggest amount of bikes. So I, of course, have to have this linked to my data source first before I can actually do anything. Of course. And sometimes it does this, which makes complete sense. I want to get that out. Thank you. I am not a big fan of the current user interface, as you can maybe tell. It's not the best. So let's take the maximum amount of bikes. We want to know kind of where that maximum amount is. We're going to add that aggregation. And then we are going to do a group by the neighborhood that the bikes are in. And then we can set a window. Let's do a little more than 5 seconds. Let's say we want to know by the minute. And yes, that is done. I can close that. Wonderful. And then I can add that destination there. So the nice things about these is that you do actually kind of from the very get-go, you get the data preview available. But what is a little tricky, this does have a little kind of warm-up time. You have to be a little patient, which is not always so easy. So you will need to wait a little bit before you are able to see the data in your lakehouse. So since we don't have the time today to wait, I will also show, unfortunately, one of my previous setups. So I will just switch here, go into this lakehouse. It would show up exactly the same. We, for example, can have a table here. I'm not actually sure if this has exactly the same aggregation, but So what you can learn from this is with Fabric, there are really nice things, but things are a little bit weird sometimes. It does a little bit of weird things for you. So the data would end up in a table of its own in our lakehouse, whatever columns we have selected. In this case, I actually did set the stream a little differently, so it won't have all of these columns with it. It will group it by the neighborhood as I did for the aggregation. I'm not very hopeful that it would show up here immediately. I've found it takes about 5 minutes before the data shows up. I'm not sure why, because the stream is on right away when you create it, unless you stop it. But it seems to have this few minutes kind of delay in when the data shows up. And if I now try to look at it here, it says, I don't have that table. But I'm like, I told you to create the table. But that is how it currently works. It takes a few minutes, so you can just leave it, check in later, and then you are good to go after that. But we are kind of running out of time. In Fabric, what you do is you then create all of these different components that make up your entire solution. They now have kind of the visuals in Fabric to help you kind of create your whole solution and link the different artifacts to the different points of your process. But again, that user interface is still quite horrible in my opinion. So I have not found a very good use for it because it doesn't really help you see which artifact links where. It helps you have the links, but it doesn't really help you map out this kind of architecture. What pipeline is in that first step, what pipeline is in that next step, and so forth. But it's maybe heading that way. And so, after we get to the end here, we started from just like figuring out the landscape of data platforms. Where are we at the moment? What kind of capabilities do we need? Then we went a little deeper into some of the core experiences and artifacts within Fabric. As Fabric is so huge, it's not possible to go through everything in 1 hour, or a little less actually. So there's a lot more to know there still. And then we looked at how would you actually pick and choose the different components for being able to build a full solution. I would also always say simplicity is the key. So if you can get away with using less different types of artifacts, that will make it easier for the people who work on this, and it will make it easier for you in the future as well. So thank you so much for joining. You can find me on LinkedIn and the former Twitter occasionally. Feel free to reach out to me and connect. And yeah, I think we're kind of out of time. So if you have any questions, feel free to come up here and we can chat after the session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Heini. We will continue with the next presentation in roughly 5 minutes. Welcome to the second presentation of today, this time about Kubernetes and GitOps. At least to me, this is a very, very exciting talk. So Roberto, go ahead. Let's give him a big hand.
Okay. Thank you. Do you hear me? It's okay for the streaming? Okay, good. Okay, thanks to be here. Let's inspect the title. So this is an opinionated session about how we faced in the company the transition between no Kubernetes and Kubernetes. Okay, so my point is that with Kubernetes, it's not itself just the only thing difficult to learn, okay, hard to learn, but all the pinpoints all around Kubernetes. So the deployment part, Helm, a series of tools, customize, the YAML itself as it's not a language, but when you first write your first YAML, you will probably need to learn the right configuration step for the steps of your pipeline and so on. So in this session, we are trying to automating a pipeline that goes from the code to Kubernetes with Azure DevOps. How many of you knows Azure DevOps? Okay, why? The question can be why not GitHub? It's the same, okay, just because Azure DevOps helped us a lot to start with a graphical user interface. So I want to push this kind of approach, but it's really the same if you use one or another, or even another one that's not hosted on Microsoft Cloud or technology. And why GitOps? Because GitOps, as far as I understand those years, is something that makes the connection between your deployment and the code, the Git, okay? And essentially, it's important to, today in 2024, to write code for our infrastructure and to save the code that the infrastructure is based on somewhere on Git, to have always the desired state of our clusters, of our infrastructure somewhere, okay? And why without tools? Because in this approach, I don't want to push a lot of tools inside, a lot of logos, a lot of tools that you may probably see in DevOps presentation, which is not bad, okay? It's the arrival point, okay? But for me, the journey is without tools and then complicate things. Okay, I work as a CTO for Retex. That's a company in Italy of about 700 people that spread a lot of things around retailers. And I'm Azure MVP from 2010 on Azure, from the beginning of Azure. I'm really passionate about Azure and Azure also. Okay. Kubernetes is the best invention since seals, okay? And the funny thing is that is the photo of yesterday. How many of you have been here yesterday? Okay, so that's me actually inside the bear, okay? Okay, good. Then, a few assumptions. Kubernetes now is really important. I would say crucial, okay? So, we decided to stay outside Kubernetes for many years. So like yesterday or these days, Kubernetes is celebrating the 10th anniversary, okay? But we decided to stay out of that for many years because we try to use platform as a service as something that doesn't need us to learn Kubernetes at all. After that, we decided to move on, and because it's crucial, it's something that you can really deploy everywhere. You can have on cloud, on premises, on your laptop, on Raspberry, everywhere, okay? The second point is that today DevOps is something that, in my opinion, every developer should know. Okay, so DevOps is not something that you know or not know, okay? But in my opinion, the good DevOps person is someone that comes from the development skills, the development culture, okay? And then learn how to connect the dots between the code and the deployment part. How many of you are developers? Okay, and how many of you define themselves as DevOps guys? Okay. Okay, stay. Okay, good. So, the actual pain point that, in my opinion, I saw almost in my ecosystem, okay, local ecosystem, that many companies didn't have the appropriate DevOps knowledge, okay? And that learning curve could really be high, okay, could really be steep, because as I mentioned, you need to learn many, many tools to go in production with all the stack, all the software that even CNCF recommends to have in production, okay? And yeah, so my suggestion is to start simple, okay? And here I want to show you an approach that is really very similar to microservices instead monolith, okay? Like 5 years ago, maybe 10, I don't remember exactly, there were a lot of discussion about microservices that arrived as the solution for every problem, okay? We had the monolith, and at the other side, we can use microservices. So to decouple system, each microservice can have its own responsibility. Monolith is bad because it's not maintainable at all. It's too complex. It's too big. Okay. Now, in recent days, we are like discovering again monolith, because in some circumstances are simpler. Okay. And if the team is not big enough, it's interesting to push things together, to compact things together and build a monolith that in software can also gain performance and many other things. So here, there's the same approach, okay? If you want to approach GitOps and DevOps in the good way, in my opinion, you should probably have many tools and many scopes disconnected between each other, okay? But if you want to start simple, you can go with a monolith. And let's recap the process, okay? This could be the desired process for DevOps, GitOps pipeline process, okay? So everything starts with a git commit, okay, of your code that triggers probably a pipeline that builds an artifact, okay? Something, somewhere, okay? That artifact can be a Docker image or just a build result, okay? And in case of success, okay, in case of failure, no problem. But in case of success, it goes to an artifact repository, and another pipeline somewhere else or another process will be notified that a new image is available. Why? Because you should probably want to push that image and put it in production or in staging on somewhere, okay? But to do that, you need to update something connected to the deployment. So what? Probably the manifest, so the YAML. The YAML that you want to push to Kubernetes to be changed with the build number, the image tag that's changed, okay? At least, okay? Okay, after that, the result of this modified YAML can be pushed into a Git repository, and another tool can detect changes in that Git repository to open like a PR, okay, and say, okay, there's a new manifest to push to Kubernetes itself. So it's okay, you want to prove it? Yeah. So someone would sync the cluster state between Git and the Kubernetes cluster, okay, and in case of success, okay, the service is running, okay? Good. So many of you told me that are like DevOps guys, so you are Docker aware, okay? So if you're Docker aware, probably you will build your application from inside the Docker image. Is correct? How many of you? Okay, not everyone. So probably there are someone that is Docker aware but build and test outside Docker. Okay, half and half. So that's a good point. Why? Because we have two approaches, okay? If you are Docker aware in the sense that you are familiar with running script inside the Docker file, you can do anything in the Docker file. So you can start from an image, you can copy your source, you can build it, you can npm, Python, pip, NuGet, restore, build your solution, test it, you can do anything, okay? And then, of course, with the binaries, run the proper command to run the application. But if you are not Docker aware or you don't want it, okay, you can even build your stuff outside Docker, produce the executable, okay, which can be the script, the DLL in case of .NET, so the binaries, okay, of your application. And then the Docker file would be much simpler, okay, because Dockerfile should be just start from an image, take the binaries, and then start the application. Okay. So when we have the image, now let's come back to the previous part, but like exploded here. We have to update the YAML manifest. At least you need to change the build number. So if your image is my image, okay, column the tag, okay, you should change that tag because you have a new image. Of course, you can use latest, but latest, you know, is something that is not really a good practice because if you use latest and you push a few images, and in the meantime, Kubernetes is like recycling its deployment with like the policy, always pull the latest, so you are changing the code without the appropriate control, okay? So tag is important. Okay, at least you should modify tag. But at least, because you should also want to apply some optional modification. For instance, I have a microservice that the queue something from a queue, but with the new version also opens an incoming HTTP endpoint, okay, to, I don't know why, okay? So in that case, it's not just a modification to the YAML build number, the tag of the image, but also the YAML itself. Probably for the one of you that knows Kubernetes, instead of a deployment, you should also want to have a service and an ingress. Okay, do you know what an ingress is? Okay, good, perfect. So it's not just replacing, it's also even modified environment, adding new YAML, new pieces of YAML, okay? And then, of course, we can open the PR and, well, that's history, okay? Okay, good. So, this is my proposal to take on board people from outside the DevOps world, okay, into ours, into yours world of DevOps, with a simple pipeline that does everything. Okay, so let's assume the code is pushed. Then we need to build it, generate Dockerfile, build a Docker image, generate YAML, push into Kubernetes, and save the generated YAML into Git. And we want to do everything in the same pipeline. Okay? Good. So the actual application is quite simple. Okay, it's this one. Okay, nice. Simple but effective. Why? Because we have like 100 microservices at 90% are console application because they are actors that takes messages from queues, put messages in another queues. So, okay, we have APIs, we have web application, okay, but the majority is something really comparable to a console application, okay? And that's the point also. If you have similar applications, because you have homogeneous team of developers, okay, you will probably have many similar stacks of Dockerfile, YAML to deploy, etc. Okay, so why don't take them to a common layer, okay, an abstract layer to commonize everything you can and reduce your code base? That's why I'm going to show you. So let's come back to Azure DevOps. And why Azure DevOps? Because when we started, with a few people that weren't aware about all this stuff, it was really nice to start from the graphical user interface. Okay. So from the graphical user interface, we can also have like a bigger picture without going into the details of YAML, of spaces, of indentation, of parameters, of version of tasks, okay, because also the tasks has versions. So it's another thing you need to learn with the documentation on your screen and the notepad on the other screen, okay. In this case, we want to use Linux to push the code and build it with the .NET Core task, okay? In every moment, we can see the resulting YAML of the specific task. So we can even use this to learn how to configure specific tasks with the text itself, okay? This is the code step. We can use the publish, so everything is restore, build, and publish in a single step. The project is on SRC. SRC, say hello continuously. So say blah, 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 say dot, okay, something like that. And the argument can be configuration release and output on build artifact staging directory. More or less, it's not important, okay. In DevOps, of course, as in GitHub, as in everywhere, we have like environment variables, build variables, so variables that we can use inside the pipeline, okay. The working directory can be the same, and after that, we can create the Docker image. So how we create a Docker image on the fly? So with scripting, actually. It is a good practice, I don't know, in the sense that the 99% of projects that you may find on GitHub has their own Docker file, so probably not, okay? But if you want to speed up, okay, your adoption process, you can centralize even the Docker file generation. How? Really simply, generate a Docker file, okay, and here you can echo like from cr.com blah blah latest. This can goes to a Docker file, etc. Okay. Okay. So where is it? Build a code, Docker file. Now build a Docker image. We have a specific task for this. A Docker task. Okay. So build the Docker image, and against which, excuse me, okay, okay, against which registry we are going to build Docker image? A registry that is on Azure. Okay, so I previously created a registry on Azure itself. I configured it here in the service connection. Okay, and then I can use it in this drop-down. Easy. I say hello, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Command is build and push. The Docker file stays here. Build context is here, and the tag is the build ID. It's okay. The build ID is like a progressive number that increments at every build. Okay. Good. We don't want other labels on top of the image. And then we need to create the YAML to be used to deploy on Kubernetes. But since we are creating, now it's specific. Okay, this pipeline is specific. Okay, specific to that console application. Okay, we may have also the YAML somewhere. Okay, we can generate it, of course, but to be simpler, we have this deployment. Okay. This YAML that is bound to the application name. The only thing that is different, that is like a parameter, is this one. That also resemble the syntax of Helm, okay? Which can be a good point, a good question if you have at the end of the session. Okay, so what we can do, since it's the part of our source code, we can customize it with a script. So just copy from source Kubernetes / say hello blah blah YAML, where in the artifact staging directory. Okay, I can use artifact staging directory because I just created the Docker image, so anything I will put into that folder is like useless, okay, after that. And after that, I can use scripting, bash scripting, like sed, okay. Sed is a command, Linux command, base command that every Linux distribution has, to replace that token with the build number. So the actual syntax is quite hard, but the concept is replace build with this variable, build ID. Okay, this can be the generate the YAML. After that, we can push it to Kubernetes. So we have a task that is kubectl push to K8s. I also have a Kubernetes cluster, which is this one. Okay, it's an AKS cluster. It's empty. Okay, it has a just an apps namespace. Okay, I'm expecting to push the application here. The connection is here in the dropdown. Why? Because I previously defined the connection between the DevOps and the Kubernetes here in the service connection. If you have multiple, you can with parameters. We will see at the end of the session. And I will publish in the apps namespace. The command can be apply, and the configuration can be deploy.yaml. That has been modified previously in the previous step with sed. Okay, after that, I'm expecting to have the deployment on Kubernetes, and I want to write the result to a Git repository. Okay, so another command that can be save. Oh yeah, I already have it. Same YAML to Git, so copy this deploy.yaml in the source state, say hello, blah, blah, YAML, git add, git commit, etc. Okay. So let's see the actual one, because it's not easy to in a live demo to get all the proper settings be configured. So I prepared another one that is quite identical, except from the fact that is really well configured. Okay. In this approach, we are doing everything inside the single Git repo of the source code that acts as the repo for code and the repo for the destination, the YAML that will be pushed into Kubernetes. Okay, is this something that I would recommend? No, in the sense that the actual point is that something should be decoupled. Okay, and okay that we want to start with a monolith in my approach, but my suggestion is to have the repo you want and a repo, a standalone repo with all the GitOps results. Okay, all the YAML that we are producing in this step. So after that, that could be the monolith. Okay, so we are building this application. Okay, we are generating this Docker file. Okay, it's not really readable. Okay, but this is the first version. We have another version that with some pipes are more readable for you. In that case, is a simple Docker file for an ASP for a .NET 8 application with the full ASP.NET full stack, and with hard-coded, of course, the name of the DLL that we built in the previous step. We push the image, we generate the custom YAML with the build ID. This is the sed command that I tried to write before. We push into Kubernetes and we save the YAML in Git. In the meantime that I explain you the last step, I run the pipeline. The last step is quite complicated because in the context of Azure DevOps, there are some tokens that go around, okay? So it's quite complicated to get that token, okay, from the environment variables, but the concept is simple. So we're bringing a new file into the Git repository and committed to have this Git synced with the Kubernetes. So in the meantime, this is running. Okay, so and everything is okay. Build a Docker image, generate the YAML. Okay, I don't know the bug for this, but that's okay. So I'm expecting to see it in production. Okay, and from the log perspective, it's okay, good. But what we would do now, okay, this is the main entry point. So, my opinion, because it worked, you can take a person, a junior person of your team, and say, okay, the first exercise to approach our DevOps culture is make your own end-to-end complete pipeline from the code to production, okay, in the simplest way, okay. After that, you will notice that this approach won't scale, okay, because okay that we generate most of the stuff inside the pipeline, but if you have multiple projects, you have to generate it in multiple projects. So think about this pipeline duplicated in many ways, okay? Under the hood, this pipeline, where is it? Here, is something, hey, okay, is not so complicated, but like 100 lines of YAML of code, okay? So if you have many applications that are similar, okay, you want to reduce that kind of duplication, okay? So what I want to push to you now is that we try to generalize this part and create just a very small, a tiny specification for new microservices that we are creating, okay? So let's do that, okay. As I said, this is the YAML, the starting, the actual YAML under the pipeline that we created with the graphical user interface. But this YAML can be generalized with some parameters. Let me increment, oh, sorry. Okay. Okay. It's good, zoom? Zoom is okay? Okay. With some parameters like app name, type string, in the sense that now we can go there and say parameters app name. Okay. So what I'm doing right now, I'm creating something that's a template, okay? Really similar to what we can do with Helm, okay? But without knowing all the Helm commands, the registry, the minimum needed stuff that you know if you want to use Helm, okay? So if I change all the tokens, even here, I can also go ahead, okay? I can have something like that, okay? A pipeline that I call pipeline base, which is not related to a specific application, that has parameters, and in this case, I also introduced two new parameters that are CPU and memory, just to introduce two new things, okay? Why? Because in the YAML generation, on top of replacing the tag, the image tag, I also want to replace other things like CPU and memory, okay? And the template that was like this, now it's like this, so with tokens, exactly the same appearance that we may have with Helm templates, okay? How many of you have written one single Helm package, one single Helm template? Okay, not many. No, okay, 30%. Good. So, if you push some placeholder, we can move from this YAML, that's the same that I've downloaded from DevOps, from a YAML that is compacted and simple. Okay, so this could be the resulting YAML that uses with the hierarchy, okay, the template that we created to build the same exact application. In fact, we have another one, that is this one. That's a pipeline based on this small YAML. So you can say to your team, in the meantime that you develop your curve, your learning curve, use our template with really, really small specific knowledge to get into production. And after that, week by week, month by month, the couple of things and do as you want. So we can even develop a new console application. So to show you that's quite simple, okay. Hello, Igloo. Yes. Okay. Oh, maybe write some loop, since otherwise Kubernetes will restart it indefinitely. Hello, Iglooconf. Okay, good. Now, on top of this application, this microservice, the developer should just create a new file here. Hello, igloo.yaml. That can be copy-pasted from here. Hello, igloo. With 0K, it's okay. Good. And after git, hello, Iglooconf. After gitting, he or she, or even a supervisor that has the proper DevOps access and knowledge, can go there and create a new pipeline. Now, not in the classic editor, okay, but based on the Azure repo. This is the repo, selecting an existing YAML for the pipeline. That is the hello igloo that we just pushed. Okay, I can save it just to give a name that is better than the default one. So, hello igloo, okay. And then I run the pipeline. What I'm expecting is that this pipeline uses the base pipeline, so the exact steps that we see before in the debug session. Okay, so build the code, generate the Docker file, everything with the placeholders, so with like parameters, okay, in like a template fashion. Okay, and of course it takes some time, but I'm expecting it's working. And what we didn't see before, that the last step is save YAML to Git, so the result to Git. And we just executed once another pipeline that does the same. So I'm expecting after this to have two YAML files in our Git repository, okay? Say hello continuously application and hello igloo conference. In fact, if I pull from the repo locally, in this state directory, okay, I create that state directory that acts like the GitOps repository, but could be, as I mentioned, another Git repository. We have the two results. So the two deployment specific to the images, the tags, and the specification that have been pushed to Kubernetes. In fact, also in Kubernetes, we have the new pod, etc. How many of you knows Argo, CD, or Flux? Okay. At a stage, you will complex things. Okay, in my opinion, you always have time to complex things. Okay, but Argo or Flux can then sync a state somewhere into Kubernetes. So the first thing that you can do is to strip out from that pipeline the publishing part, so the Kubernetes publishing part, and just stopping with getting the proper YAML result. And let Argo or Flux perform the synchronization. After that, you can decouple the build part from the YAML generation. After that, and you can complex stuff as you want, you can even make some process to promote, approve, or reject all the intermediate steps. But the result should be that you have your deployment somewhere in Git to then sync to a Kubernetes. In this case, we are not syncing anything, but what can be useful in debugging and in testing is that everything in our cluster can stay in this folder, and we can delete all the stuff with a command or even apply it with a command. Think about you have like 100 deployments. Argo or Flux will sync with Kubernetes in seconds, okay, even a new cluster. But you can also do this with the terminal if you want to be faster, okay, and you want to troubleshoot or to do something by your own. Okay, so what's next? What's next? What's next in our personal process that now is not next anymore, is the past, okay, because we switched, we moved, okay, to the proper technologies, okay, the proper stack. But what was the next steps last year? We introduced many parameters. So on top of CPU and memory is the replica. We integrated KEDA. To auto-scale our deployments based on queue size and the load. How many of you know SCADA? Okay, a few. KEDA is a CNCF graduated project that introduced an operator in Kubernetes that reacts to events to change the scalability of your application using the HPA. So real great project and well integrated in the Kubernetes ecosystem. After that, we introduced the capability to run different versions of .NET. Why? Because we cannot bind to a single specific version. Developer told us, okay, but I'm not have migrated yet. So let me choose the runtime. Of course, we have different types of deployments. Why? Because we are building a platform. So in platform development, as mentioned yesterday in a couple of sessions, we need to have some standards. Okay, and standards are which is the artifact type that we are going to deploy. It's like a microservice, it's like something that runs continuously, an actor. Okay, it's a cron job that runs just on a spot. It's like a web application. It's like something specific to our domain. Okay, so we tried to make the platform boundaries in those templates. After that, we had multiple Git repository, of course, because as I mentioned, it's unfeasible to have everything in a single repo, trunk-based, etc. So we enhanced the pipeline, the template to have multiple repos and to compose the application from there. Okay. Also, YAML, it's not so simple as you saw. Why? Because a web application, as I mentioned, has a service, an ingress, the KEDA module. So based on the parameters, we were mashing up all the YAML pieces to create a specific definition for that service. So this is the piece that we attach in case it's a web application. This in case we have the KEDA autoscaler in the parameters. And this in the case of cron job that has a different hierarchy, okay, because it's a different hierarchy. And why all this stuff? Because in that period of transition, a person of our team just needed to compile 10 lines 20 lines of parameters of configuration for the YAML to have all this stuff built and deployed on Kubernetes. So, what I wanted to tell you today, that in my opinion, to make your team upskills with the DevOps skills, you should start simple. And you're always on time to introduce complex things and even industry standard things, okay? And no, nothing more. Tools are really useful. but a tool need to be maintained, need to be governed, need to be well known. And if you just introduce just Flux, okay, you need to have a person or a couple, better, that knows how to use it, how to troubleshoot it, and where to run it. Of course, you can buy it as a service, okay? That's another point, okay? But a single tool introduces complexity, okay? And you should do that, but in proper time. So I thank you for being here. As you said, I was the polar bear yesterday, not anymore today. I really thank you, and if you have a question, I'm here. I think I am on time, so we can do this right now in this 5 minutes or after at the break. Thank you.
All right. If anyone has questions now, I can have the mic brought to you.
Why did you choose to generate the Docker file instead of creating it manually?
The question is for the streaming, why I decided to generate the Docker file instead of manually creating it in the repo itself, okay? That's a good question, okay? And the principle is always the same, to start simple and to to make some sort of standardization around the platform building process, okay? So just to give you an example, where we are right now, the team has its own repo, Docker files, pipelines, at their own stack, even two. The product team has its own, the platform team has another that isn't this one anymore. But to go ahead, and to complete the response, I can give you an insight. From zero, so from a team that didn't know Kubernetes at all, we had Kubernetes in production in 3 months, okay, with all the stuff. Why? Because they didn't know, actually, after 3 months, how all these things worked, okay? But we needed to push to that, and in the meantime, they learned how to create their custom Docker files with different steps inside, not just in .NET, but also in other languages or just from microservices in Python, for instance, okay? So that's why I push this just with like a intermediate step to then introduce your own Docker file that can be a parameter itself. So think about a parameter, use custom Docker file, okay, and in case you're using the one you found in the repo instead of generating the standard one. To you.
For the advanced tooling, which one did you end up with, Argo CD or Flux?
Oh, Argo CD, and customize for to apply the customization on base YAML. But it depends. We have also pipelines that has the couples the building part from the deployment part, and the deployment is through a peer approval on GitHub directly.
Anybody else?
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Roberto.
Thank you again.
All right. In about 10 minutes, we have the lunch starting. I suppose you could go there already now, but it is an hour, so we will continue at 12 o'clock. So see you back then.
Welcome back to Iglooconf Kaladan room. Now we have a person who flew in yesterday to talk to us. This person is someone we've seen on TV. We have seen him in newspapers. He is a very well-known, very respected, an excellent presenter. Please welcome Sami Laiho.
I think you practiced that more than I practiced my session, so.
I hope not.
I hope not. Okay, let's get this started then. I was super worried about the cameraman, and I'm already apologizing for the streaming audience because I'm gonna run around. I can't stay put if I don't have to, and finally I have a runway that I can actually use, so sorry for that. Session is called Forward to the Past and Back to the Future. It is a kind of a State of the Union talk. So gonna talk about security in the past year and what the future brings. Very different topic than the previous ones I was listening to. I very rarely have a feeling like I had this morning that I'm actually in a conference and I don't understand anything what they're talking about. But Swedish people would say, "Jag är ut som en snögubbe." So anyway, let's put something else in this. I'm honored that I get the chance of speaking after lunch, so I get a excited audience. Hopefully you stay awake. Last time I did this session, so I had like 40 people online giving feedback saying that thank you for such a horrible session. But that was more about, they said they're so scared, but that's not the point here. So my name is Sami Laiho. I'm a Microsoft MVP since 2011. I tour around the world teaching Windows internals and security. I started teaching security about 5 years ago. No, 2015, 9 years ago. Time flies, give and take. I started talking about security because I hated all security sessions. I went through Black Hat, DEF CON, wherever in the US, and every session, wherever you would go, would be like this. I hack you like this, I hack you like this, I hack you like this, I hack you like this. And then everyone would walk out of the room like, oh, my company sucks. And the other one was that none of these demos that they usually show would work against a properly configured operating system. So that's another one that was bugging me. I don't know if I have, I had my statistics. I had to take this because I started a session last week and there was a guy from Mezzo speaking, and he started by telling how low their carbon footprint nowadays is promoting the company. And I was after him, so I had to take my own statistics. I took them from Tripit. So my carbon footprint is around 350,000 kilograms, comes from 200 days of travel, 189 airport visits a year, and I live next door to a Finnair captain that flies 3 hours less than I do. So I guess I travel quite a lot. There's some people that are not from Finland here, so I heard about yesterday. That's not the reason why I have this here, but I hope Sakka and the others have told you about kalsarikännit already, and the word itself is known to you, so this is nothing fancy for us. We all Finns know this. But you have absolutely no idea how effective this now is. Just about a month ago, things globally changed. Finland finally started to be noticed around the world, because there is nothing more important for a country to be noticed. It doesn't matter if we're the happiest people in the world, it doesn't matter if the least corrupted country in the world or whatever. What actually makes a difference is whether you've ever been on Simpsons or not. And this was broadcasted about a month ago on Simpsons in US. No one cared about Finland, no one even knew where I was from, no one knew where Finland was, but now when this aired a month ago, my LinkedIn is constantly bombarded by US people So actually you can't really be famous in US without getting on The Simpsons. So go Finland. Now we're finally famous. If you want to reach me, you can do that on Twitter or the X. We have a deal in the security society that if Elon Musk does something even more stupid than so far, we're all going to migrate over to Blue Sky. It looks exactly like Twitter. It's built by the same people as Twitter. The only difference is that the app sucks and there's no one there. But it's going to be. It's a backup plan. We're going to talk about backups today anyway, so that's a backup plan. It's really hard to talk about security currently without the sessions being somehow impacted by the case of City of Helsinki a few weeks ago. I thought I had fault tolerance because I have 3 kids. That's not, I don't mean like spare parts. I mean like, what I mean is I have 3 kids. 2 of them go to a state school and 1 of them goes to city school. And in the beginning they said that this breach only affected people that were kids that were studying in the public school and their parents, but then took a week and then they announced that this also applies to all private schools and all state-run schools. So that didn't work out. But case of Vastaamo, which was the big psychiatric institute that was hacked, that was the biggest crime in the history of the country, and that was still 40,000 people. So this is now up to 150,000 people. So it is a really, really big thing. I can actually talk about it because I'm not working with the case. I've been working with the city a lot, yes. And surprisingly, they contacted me beginning about 2 weeks ago. They have a huge need for security training. Easy sale. Easy sale, double the price. Anyway, some magic numbers from the few years before. We'll start off with this. 2 hours is the average time it takes from an initial penetration into a company to full breach. On-prem world, that would mean domain admin access. Azure world, that would mean global admin access. So 2 hours is the time that we are trying to extend as much as we can. Relating to that is the other one which makes this interesting. 180 days is the average that they use before they do anything. So if you want to learn something from that, probably at least related to logging. So if you don't have 180 days of logs backward, there's really no way of you knowing who attacked you. That's an average. That's why if my customers ask me how much logging do we need, I usually say a year. Year backward is a good number. Windows Defender or Microsoft Defender for Endpoint by default logs 30 days back. So you are going to have to put some money into this to actually get that logging in. Why is it that long? Let's talk about that a little bit more. The last one is the saddest number ever and a horrible number, and I feel bad for every one of us here and everyone in the industry. 2% of victims is the amount of companies that go public if they are breached. This is after GDPR. So we already have a penalty system if you don't announce the breach in 72 hours, yet we succeed up to 2% of people will tell that they were breached. I always tell my customers that if someone goes and robs a bank, no one's going to blame the bank. You don't see news you don't see tabloid magazines with news saying that someone robbed Nordea in Helsinki. That bank is so stupid. But in this industry, it's just like no one wants to admit that they didn't do a perfect job. It's really bad because it's hard to get a budget as the threat is not visible. I just started with an Italian company this week doing a full-blown redesign of their security. I work as a security architect for many companies, so I started a brand new design, and I already knew what happened, so it's always the same case. When you get budget, you can go to the customer and ask them, when were you breached? 2 months ago. Okay, fair enough. Nothing happens until it happens to yourself, Well, I was in Switzerland. That was kind of funny. I went in and they're like, oh, E5 licenses for everyone now. Or we're going to have this much logging and the new hypervisors and backups and immutable backups. And we're going to take everything. And I'm like, okay, so I assume you were preached. No. Okay, that's the first. Sami, come with me. And then he took me to the restaurant. They have a lunch place there, a restaurant. And there's a window outside. And the guy went to the window, and there's another building next to it, their building, and they're like, they got breached. So it needs to be like something that you can point a finger at, so it's close enough, and then things start happening. This is Veeam, backup manufacturer. Veeam says 60 to 200 days. Just want to have a few different sources so you don't think that they're all from the single source. Why do they use 200 days before they do anything with the access to your environment? That is related to the weird industry of ransomware. So ransomware, if you ask DALL-E or some other AI engine to draw you a picture of a ransomware gang arrest, it always draws the same picture. There's going to be two guys on the floor in cable ties, gold bars, millions of US dollars and 3,000 SIM cards. And then they have a title. Ransomware gang taken down by Europol. That's a freaking affiliate. That's nothing to do with the actual gang itself. So gangs are like mafia. They work in the middle. They provide services to affiliates that actually do the attacks themselves. So those are taken down all the time, but very rarely are ransomware gangs taken down, except for Lockbit, maybe this year. That was a success. So they work in the middle, and they will license the stuff for this. If you find a attack suit from a victim, they actually have fingerprinting on them. And that fingerprinting looks a little stupid because why would you try to identify attack code? But that's for licensing purposes. So they have to know who's paid licenses and not. City of Säkylä was attacked last year. Well, almost you could say the previous year because it was during Christmas as always. Säkylä was attacked with Lockbit 1. Lockbit already had two new code systems, Lockbit 2 and Lockbit 3. They were attacked with Lockbit 1. Which, by the way, no one officially would admit that it's Russian. Funny thing being that if you had Lockbit 1 in Finland actually going around the country quite a lot, but it very rarely attacked anyone because Lockbit 1 will not activate on your machine if you install the Russian keyboard layout. Sherlock might think that it could be Russian. Why were they attacked with Lockbit 1? Because we had Lockbit 2 and 3. Because they hadn't paid for their software assurance. SA agreement hadn't been paid. So the attacker that attacked them didn't pay their SA agreement towards the ransomware gang. So they had to run old code because they were not paying their yearly amounts. It's an insane business.
Horrible session.
Yeah, I know. This will make it even more.
Early feedback.
Yeah, early feedback, yeah. I like interaction with most people.
My wife says the same.
Yeah. So,
Please, sir, continue.
yeah, thank you. So, no, I have absolutely no idea what I was talking about. SA agreements hadn't been paid, so this is they have hundreds of employees working for them. They have way better service desk SLA than you do. So it's always good to remember that this is more compared to Al Capone and Mafia in the US. They don't do the normal heists themselves. Someone else does that dirty work. It's a tough work being a ransomware affiliate. It's not an easy job. You have to do inventory of customer data and you have to communicate with the customer and it's hard work. Have to respect that. Life choices, that's hard work.
Are the salaries okay?
They're fine.
Okay.
Not that I would know, but I've heard stories. Just to be clear.
Asking for a friend.
Yes, asking for a friend, yeah. Access harvesting operators are the ones that will go through around your Ivanti systems and Fortinets and stuff like that. They go and gather your usernames and passwords. They only sell them because it's a lot easier job. If you can get 2 million from a customer, but you can just find 100 weak passwords, sell them 20K each, it's a lot easier job. So access harvesting are the ones who will go to Shodan and see what they have to offer and start hacking you, and then they just resell that. Occasionally that hits a target like City of Helsinki, which means that now the bidders who are bidding on this on the dark web, the bidders will also include nation-level threats. So Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, they're all involved, which means that the bidding also takes longer. So they start to take a long time before that deal is done. That's why we extend that time to that, like up to 200 days before anything happens. Just the deal making behind. How was City of Säkylä hacked? There's a Finnish telco. And that Finnish telco, what the customer did was that they don't know their security that well, so they decided to outsource it. And they bought services, all their VPN services from a telco. And that telco put in a VPN gateway which had an admin account called test with the password test. Our biggest private known breach probably last year was Uponor. Uponor was hacked because they had a video surveillance camera in US plugged into the wrong network. So one guy plugged in a Linux computer, which that really is, so it plugged in a D-Link camera and plugged it into the wrong network. There's a vulnerability in that camera. They got into the camera, from there to the server that stores the videos, and from there to the Windows environment, from there to Helsinki, and then encrypted the database in Finland. That small, smaller than my fist camera was the one that caused that. We'll take pride on this being Finnish because most of you get hacked because of Linux. It's a Finnish operating system, so way to go, Finland. This has changed a little bit. So now they are combining this. The RAS companies, ransomware as a service, they want to be a one-stop shop. So they've started to merge their services. Now you can buy also the access harvesting from the ransomware gang, and they also will rent you a botnet if you want to do denial of service attacks. So one-stop shop. The coolest one was they internally like it to call the CSM because it's a customer success manager. But we call them RAS managers. Okay? But you get dedicated if you would, now that you're asking for a friend. If you would like to buy services from the ransomware provider, then they will appoint you a personal assistant. You get your personal RAS manager that will take care of you and make sure that you have a successful business. We used to have things like rules of war. We've had laws of war. I mean, we've had some sort of regulations even for really bad things. That used to apply to ransomware as well. A few years back, before the Ukraine situation started, we still had unofficial rules that they do not attack hospitals. That's all down the toilet after the Ukraine situation started. So nowadays, hospitals are attacked all the time. Like you maybe read on the news yesterday or the day before, London was hit very hard with this. So there were 5 major hospitals down because of the ransomware case that actually involved a company which is related to Synlab, if you know that. Not Synlab, but related to them. So not actually the hospital itself, but the laboratory systems. So those are all down the toilet. If you go back a few years, I had a customer who was asked to pay $5 million, but because it was Christmas, he got 50% off. There was some decency in this business. Christmas spirit. Give you 50% because it's Christmas. No more. We're playing against a very difficult enemy because we are all the time being under budget cuts, but our enemy has more money than ever. So blue team needs to find every vulnerability. Red team only has to find one. That's always been unfair, but also money-wise, it's just a disaster now. I have a customer in the US who was hacked because they brought in a USB key. The guy who walked in with the USB key and plugged it into his computer was paid $350,000 to do that. So it's not anymore like beer money. This is life-altering money. 28% of European attacks involve an internal threat. That's quite a lot, almost 1/3. So statistically, I'm not looking at you, but statistically, quite a few of you would think when you're offered $350,000 to bring in a USB key to your company. So, not saying that any of us would be that immoral that we would do it, but think about it. Average ransoms in the last 5 years have increased from $5,000 to $1.5 million, so it's a lot more to play with. We have devices that are kids' toys. I actually didn't even think about showing this, but now that this is a OMG cable, if you've seen one. You can buy one from hack5.org. I have to have a knot on it, so I will differentiate that I don't charge my own phone with this. But this one, the small white compartment on top of my fingers there, that has a wireless access point, a web server, and a keylogger. So this costs $149. Think what they play with, not with our toys. These are the ones like Flipper Zero, where you go and brag to your friends that you can hack a hotel room door. These are just toys. But even these are convincing, but it's getting very science fiction. You can use that as a wireless client as well, so it works a little bit better by connecting out of the computer instead of being a web server, instead of being an access point. So distance is a little bit better when it connects outside. And this sounds like science fiction, but I already have a US customer where those were used to get the connection out of the company, and they flew a drone that had the access point. And that drone was flown outside of the building to get the connection from the devices. Starts to sound quite science fiction, but it's reality. But they have budget to do this. There was a VMware zero-day vulnerability 2 weeks ago sold on the dark web for $1.7 million. That would be 5 years ago bought only by nation-level threats. So that wouldn't be bought by anyone but a country, because no one would have money for it. Now that's just kids' toys for them. Finland is so happy to be #1. We are the happiest country in the world. One of the least corrupted countries in the world. We are so happy for these statistics. This one we're not that proud of. So that sadly we can say that this is contributed largely to Herzner data centers, but still this is a sad number. So Finland is the most attacked country when we go back to last year's statistics. So if you think that you don't need to worry about DDoS, everyone is worrying about DDoS. That's just background noise nowadays.
Why is Finland #1?
We were we weren't doing that well on this, but we would always lose to China and US, but now it's mostly I hate the word geopolitical situation, but in this case, yes, mainly Russia. So I'm driving, tomorrow I have to drive to the eastern side to speak at SciMaSec, which is a local security conference, and it's funny driving that way because my BMW Navigator looks really funny. It's like you're driving that big road towards Kotka, and you drive that, and suddenly your BMW jumps 200 meters left on the map. I'm like, what the hell is happening? And then 200 meters the other way. It's like GPS jamming everywhere. So yes, it's our nice neighbors. It might not be them, just like we spoke, might not be them, but maybe. So ransomware operators are allowed to be, they're not really, you normally don't say they're Russians, but Russians allow them to operate as long as they don't hit domestic targets. That's the real rule. That's why they try to identify your Windows that if it's Russian, it should not be activating. Well, we had some success after taking down the freaking whole city of Chicago Community Hospital and a lot of parts of the whole city of Chicago Lockpit, which is absolutely the most active group. They caught the guy, or that's at least what we assume. So this was the guy. Doesn't look that dangerous. But he's personally required or asked by the court to pay back $100 million. That's his personal gain from the latest attacks. So money, numbers are insane. It's just so high. But we can't just say that no one's doing anything about it. Even our police forces are, honestly, they do have some success. So I want to give some credit to them as well. Even this traditional old police force is starting to understand how to live in the cyber world. Oh, first time. Some numbers that you should understand. These are numbers, so that's 2022. These are numbers, just for you. So, sorry. It's a little harsh.
What are the things below?
Yeah. These are, we call them colors. And then these are characters.
How insensitive and colorblind.
Oh, I know, I'm sorry. I don't know if the left one is that important because it's been ransomware for a long, long time, being our biggest attack types, but this one has changed heavily. So if we go back 3 years, you would be mostly hacked because you didn't have MFA. So you didn't have multi-factor authentication on your accounts. Everyone went to the security sessions. All statistics showed that everyone gets attacked because of phishing. So what did we do? We deployed MFA. Hopefully you did. So weird that some of you are smiling like that. But hopefully you have MFA on all your accounts. Now, we did such a good job that this means that we changed the statistics. Now you mostly get attacked because you don't patch your systems. I'm always saying that I'm getting more and more boring the older I get. Sakke doesn't say anything now.
Texting my son.
Good. Keep doing that. So I always say that I'm getting more and more boring the older I get, because think about the instructions. If you come to me and really ask me, statistically, what should you do not to get breached? Run Windows Update. Make good backups. It's like all the instructions are like the lamest and most boring. What's number one security control based on Center for Internet Security? CIS announces the technical controls that you need to have to stay safe. What is number one and number two? Does someone know? Inventory. Up-to-date hardware and software inventory. So if you go back home after this and you want to fix your security, you should make sure you have up-to-date software and hardware inventory. There's really nothing more boring than inventory or documenting. Maybe budgeting, you might know something about that. I don't. But
It's too boring.
I know, too boring. So honestly, these are super simple instructions. But currently, I have to go to my customers. I have an oil refinery in Finland. They have 2 VMS servers that were last rebooted 13 years ago. And you go to them and say you have 2 days to patch your systems. So I'm not trying to pretend here that I wouldn't understand that this is not easy, but we have to start changing people's minds on this. Some of you are old enough that you remember that we used to test antivirus definition upgrades in companies. Just roll out them first to IT. If it doesn't break anything, then we roll it out to everyone. We had to stop it back in the days because there was one upgrade every day. So we couldn't test anymore. There was too much. Windows operating system only, on average, has 100 patches per month. That's 3 per day. I'm going to make t-shirts that say patch more, test less. You can go to the risk management. They'll buy this anytime, because the reality with the risk management department is that you give them 2 options. Do you want to have a potential 2-hour downtime controlled by you, decided when it happens, and you can recover with a snapshot, or would you like a 3-month downtime controlled by a third party?
Yes.
Yes. So that's relatively easy, but I'm sorry, it's really boring intro. I have a rule for my customers. You patch anything that gets an update, critical update, you patch anything that gets a critical update on days 2 or 3. 3 was too slow, I admit. We had a few cases where 2 would have been okay, so 3 was too slow. But I always say you patch everything on days 2 or 3. And if you have a Ivanti or a Fortinet device, those you have to patch on days that start with a T. Tuesday, Thursday, today, and tomorrow. Are you attacked or not? Finland, 95% of companies have less than 5 employees around, okay? So even those smallest ones are a very big target group, although of course bigger companies are better for the attacker, but everyone is under this. My own family factory was attacked with ransomware just a few weeks ago. Everyone gets ransomware, that's not the problem. It's about if it escalates or not. So they got one computer, tried to get onto our servers with RDP connections, but we have a privileged access workstation concept that won't allow it, so then they gave up, just encrypted the machine and left. And the result was that we had to spend about 20 minutes to get one file that was only on that machine from the backup, so everything's up and running and no worries, but everyone gets it, so at some point. You don't get on the news unless it spreads. These are Windows upgrades from the last 5 years, so yearly upgrades. So you have to upgrade a lot more.
How much did they ask for the ransomware for your family factory?
Actually nothing. That's the funny thing about this. I'm still investigating because I'm sadly a little bit afraid that that actually happened just because of me. Because we have a clothing factory in Finland, we don't work with the military anymore or anything like that. And we had a ransomware that encrypted files using a method that 1 month ago was posted online being only used against governments. And I might be under a targeted attack. Because I've been, as you said, I've been on TV telling people that I destroyed 28 Finnish factories on the Russian side and stuff like that. So
You're live now.
Yet, still.
But I'm glad you're not pointing fingers at anybody, so.
To keep this realistic, mostly Finnish entities lose money because of romance scams. It's just kind of, you can measure this in so many different ways. You can measure how many breaches, you can measure how much money is lost. And now we have okay, this will hit very well. There's a few ladies here as well, but not that many. So now I have a good audience for this. It's our fault. Think about this. Most romance scams, they are the old ones. On Facebook, someone tells you that they used to work for the US military. They're a retired captain. They want to move to Finland and marry you if you just pay their trip. 95% of, really sorry, I get very easily cancelled with this nowadays, so I'm trying to be polite here, but there's 95% of victims are women. And that only tells that Finnish men make really bad husbands. Think about it, honestly. Like people on Facebook say, I'm from the military. I want to marry you in Finland. Send me money. If that works, yes. We must suck. We must suck.
Maybe they have a photo.
Maybe they have a photo. True that. These are the new numbers. They're in Finnish. It's an easy language. We learned it at like 3 years old. So everything is just going up. That's what you need to understand. Finnish people lost to cybercriminals 44.2 million euros. Banks already stopped 32.7 million before that. Love letter scams went up to 10.4. Investment scams went to double. This is the even more traditional. You send me €1, I send 2 back. And then we have CEO scams, where CEO says, now you have to pay this invoice.
That's a huge scam.
I know. we have a support group, you know, a therapy group. We're both CEOs, so we know how this works. Sad thing is that normally it's the normally it's the employee being scammed by someone pretending to be us, but in our case it's pay the invoice. Must be legit.
Pay now. Send me iPhone coupons.
Yeah. Gift cards to Amazon. Best Buy. This is 1 year ago. So this is Mikko Hyppönen. I hope many of you know him. And most of us understand that he doesn't speak Turkish and his voice doesn't sound like this.
Sayın Bakan Yardımcıları, kamu kurumlarımızın değerli yöneticileri, kıymetli katılımcılar, basınımızın değerli mensupları. Hepinizin malumu olduğu üzere kilit...
So this is 1 year ago. That's just built by AI, but it's still a face swap in that sense that you speak to a webcam and then it imitates that, turns it into Mikko, but doesn't use audio, and it's not done from a script. It's actually a live person, the one on the left-hand side speaking to the camera. This is NVIDIA's GPU before they became the second biggest company in the world yesterday. So this was back then, and now I'm not a PowerPoint MVP. I don't know how to get rid of this freaking video here. This is me. This is...
You look rested.
I know.
Siellä Iglooconfissa. Halusin näyttää teille, miltä tekoälyn luoma versio minusta näyttää. Tämä on tallennettu ilmaisella sovelluksella, webbikameralla ja Jabran pöytämikrofonilla. Jotta uskotte, että kyseessä ei ole oikea Sami, kerron nyt teille jotain, mitä oikea Sami ei koskaan sanoisi. Kannattaa aina kirjautua tietokoneelle admin-tunnuksilla ja sitten sama englanniksi. Hello everyone at Iglooconf. I wanted to showcase to you how an AI version of myself looks like. This was created by a free app, a webcam, and just a tabletop Jabra microphone. To prove that I'm not real, I will tell you something that the real Sami would not. You should always log on to Windows with admin rights. And now the same in French. Salut tout le monde et bienvenue au Iglooconf. Je voulais vous montrer à quoi ressemble une version IA de moi-même. Elle a été créée avec une application gratuite, une webcam et simplement un microphone de table Jabra.
Honestly, how can you make this French? This is so unfair. You can make a Jabra microphone sound sexy. Table Jabra. It's like Finnish. Jabran pöytämikki. Same.
I get the Roma scan now.
Here's my voice on another face, completely created from a script by AI. Nowadays, even body parts can be moved and not just the face, as you can easily see from the hands in this video.
Xerox does 140 countries, 65 different languages for all their end-user training with just one guy in US scripting, writing in Notepad and copy-pasting. So it honestly can be used for good as well, it's not that. But now you combine this with the fact that it works for some people that you just send them a message on Facebook that says, send me money, I will marry you. And this is where we're headed. This is low key, no cost, just at my own house, tabletop, Jabra microphone, bad stuff. This is what you get with money. Yet already we had a first CEO scam of around €1 million happened in the middle of January. And 2 weeks ago, UK lost £20 million with an AI scam. So this is what you get with money.
Rumour has it you can also do this with live video. Can that be right?
Yes, we can do it live real time. And this is like really at the cutting edge of what we can do today, moving from offline processing to we're processing it so fast that you can do it in real time. And so...
Well, I'm going to challenge you and your team to do a bit of a first here. I mean, there's video of you right up on that screen. Show us something surprising you can... Oh, my gosh. Oh, wait.
So there we go. This is a live real-time model of Chris on top of me, running in real time.
And next you'll tell me that it can... Oh, Lord. I'm so uncomfortable with this. I am so uncomfortable. Can it do voice as well?
We think it can. We're really pushing the limits of AI technology now. And I'm talking exactly as I've heard. As Thomas Graeber is coming out.
600 millisecond lag.
I'm deeply sorry, everyone, to subject you to this. There's something possibly even worse. So to come clean on this, they made me, they took some shots of me a couple of weeks ago doing different facial expressions that they captured a video model. And it turns out, I discovered this week, that they can apply that not just to Tom, but to anyone. So my dear friend, Sunny Bates, is here in the front row. Sunny, do you consent to channel inner me for a minute? Well, can we try that? I'm really worried about this. Do we have Sunny on screen? Oh, there's Sunny. Oh no, oh no, oh no.
Chris, you look amazing.
All right, enough of that. Cut that.
That is a around 100,000 euro rental equipment if you want to do a demo like that. So it's a very expensive. But that's TED conference. They have slightly more expensive ticket. They have the same system as here that you have to apply to even be allowed to participate in the conference. But the normal ticket, I've never been allowed as an attendee. Mikko Hyppönen is the only IT person really from Finland who's spoken there. Okay, there's one other which I don't remember because I remember messing this up before. But anyway, so only a few people have spoken. The ticket costs around 8,000 euros if you're accepted to be an attendee, I mean. So they have a lot of budget to play with. But there's a good example. I think it's relatively good even with the free apps. And then you think of how much money you can put into it if you're looking for 20 million pounds. One thing that changes heavily since the war is that you have to be equipped with backups more than ever because these were weaponized heavily. So this is a timeline of what is known as fake ransomware. So ransomware that would never be able to restore anything. It's only meant to be a weapon. Just destroys data and nothing else. We call them vipers. We used to have a few of them, maybe a year, many years we didn't have a single one. This is the most famous one, not Petya. Many of you remember hearing probably about the Maersk case. Took down 15% of global trade because of a ransomware attack. 15 minutes, encrypted 65,000 workstations, blocked all telecommunication and blocked all employees from getting into any buildings. I thought that 15% still sounds quite a lot. But then I saw the first PDF they showed where you had 14 pages of PDF, 2 columns of text, both sides. And they were like, here's a list of what we think might be affected. And I was looking at the list like, what the? These are servers. Like, what the? Are these servers? No, they're the companies we own. Okay. Do you know why it got saved? What saved 15% of our global trade?
Was it backup in Australia?
No. Yeah, not a backup. They had a domain controller in Africa which was down because of a power failure and they didn't have a UPS. Some might call that luck. I was teaching a group of people somewhere in Europe. After 4 days, everyone's like leaving from the class and I'm like, so did you learn something? Yes, no UPS. It's like, thanks. Anyway, if you look at the last one here, that's 2022. This is Russia. So when you saw the news from the Polish border when Ukrainians were trying to flee the country on the first day of the war and there was a 2-kilometer line of people trying to get out of the country, that's because the border control was wiped out with a Viper. So they had to manually write down every people's passport numbers, and that's why the line was there. So absolute warfare. On the first day of attack, cyber attacks at the same time wipes out the border control systems with the ransomware. That could never be restored. So you need to take care of your backups. I don't have that much time on a session like this, and I have no idea if you have any responsibility of the infrastructure that you're using. So I had to pick and choose a little bit on what I want to show or what I want to talk about. So I decided that I'll take the first one that I do wherever I go. Whatever customer I meet and they want advice from me how they're going to stay secure, this has changed after the war as well. I used to go in and talk to them about Active Directory tiering or Entra ID tiering and privileged access workstation, stuff like that. Nowadays I go in and say that you have to make sure that you cannot manage your hypervisors or your backups with the domain account that you're trying to protect. That's what we fix first. If you can go to VMware vConsole, log in with an AD account on there, oh boy, you're screwed. Okay? Even worse with the backups. Got a Veeam backup running and you use an AD that you're protecting with the backups to authenticate to manage that. Even more screwed. So we have to first make sure we can sleep well, because we know we can restore operations if something happens. So we start from that. So very different approach than what used to be. You need immutable backups and you need immutable logs. I think there's still some hope for human intelligence, because I have to show you, I draw everything now with AI, of course, because they say you don't have to worry about copyrights anymore. So I draw everything with AI. This is after like 10 to 15 prompts telling that idiot, that it should draw a safe that has these logs, okay? Because I started by saying that I need a picture of immutable logs, and it drew this. I love it. They are immutable logs. So everyone gets attacked first by Finnish operating systems. So normally everyone nowadays always gets attacked by Linux, because your devices that are connected to the internet are Linux normally. And then all the havoc is caused by Windows. Remember, Linus Torvalds publicly said, when he was asked, how do you see the market share of Linux desktops? He gets a little bit mad, as we probably know. It's not a joke, he's now in anger therapy. And he just said that you stop trying to use that Linux as a desktop. It was never built to be nothing but a solid operating system and a server. Stop doing things that it's not meant for. Now, Linux is gaining foothold, but 2024 was not the year of the Linux desktop, okay? So that you can't cause havoc with that. You have to have Windows to cause like real trouble. Don't quote me on that MVP promise. So, CEO promise, yes. Small NDA. Mental CEO, no. So first vector will always be Linux. How long do you have to react to this? Any public IP attached system are the ones that you should be first worried about because of Shodan. Shodan currently can scan the whole public IPv4 address space in 4 minutes. Used to be days. So if you plug in a router and you don't change the default password, you got 4 minutes maximum, because that's what it takes to scan the whole thing. It's these cameras, stuff like that, that you plug on the internet because they're Linux, they get attacked first, or remote desktop protocol. That's the other one that might happen as well. I took Finland here from Shodan just of interest because we're in Helsinki. We can see that no one in Finnish, there's like no one lives anywhere else but Helsinki probably. But anyway, Helsinki has 1.5 million IP addresses found on Shodan, and if you start browsing images through this, you can easily see that there's a reason why RDP is called, or why we say that RDP stands for Ransomware Deployment Protocol. This is what it looks like. There's a Russian there. It's administrator. Good thing in Finland it's järjestelmävalvoja, so we don't have to, no one will hack us, we don't need even passwords. Oh, someone has some, what the? Sakke? Yeah. Yeah, that's pillow cam. Do you like it? Yeah, I love it. Yeah. Is that a new pillow? Chalk. Okay, I'm not gonna touch anything, okay? Just to be clear. But you can easily see that's the other big problem is honestly the RDP. So I once did that on a demo in a situation like this, and I showed the audience that I'm like, wow. I showed the audience a camera from Japan, and because you can usually move the cameras as well, you can pan and tilt them. So then I showed them the view from a Japanese camera, and it's in a backyard, and there's this golden retriever going in the yard, and I was like, oh, it's so sweet. This is how you can use the camera. And suddenly, behind the golden retriever was a completely naked woman. And I panicked, so I just took the laptop. I will never do that again. So I'm not going to demo that. So please, you need to start patching your systems. What we're going to end this with is not questions, sorry, one slide too much. One thing that I try to teach all my customers, we all know that security departments are also known as no-no departments. You go ask them anything, can we deploy this? No. Could we use a new authentication? No. Because their only job usually is to secure their own ass. I hate these. Security should be a support function that keeps production up and running, then it's done correctly. But if people do security just by thinking, as long as we as a department don't fail, we're good, I hate it. One thing I try to teach all my customers is that you have to understand that your job is not to stop the enemy. Your job, as talking to a security department, I mean, your job is not to stop the enemy, your job is to slow them down. And it's very hard for any security person to give up on that, because they will hone. They have 95% working solution, which we could deploy in a few days and get a good protection. No. They will tweak it for 3 months before they take it from proof of concept to production, because it's not perfect yet. It leaks. There's a theoretical hole here. If you use an electron microscope, you might get through this. I mean, and then we get no progress, and I hate it. You have a SOC for that, Security Operations Center. Their job is to catch those after you slowed them down and made them look weird. I have a great example from the hotels that I spent a lot of time in. So in the hotel, the job of the lock is not to stop a thief that, come on, has a key. Think about this. If I take a key and I go upstairs and I go to my room with my key, this is normal behavior. What if I find a key and I take it and I start going through every freaking door in the hotel? Is that the lock's job to stop that? No. Camera surveillance. Reactive security reacts to an anomaly. Our job in IT security is to slow them down, extend that 2 hours as much as we can, and make them go like this. Because the SOC analysts can't identify normal behavior from that stream of hundreds of thousands of events. But when you have someone knocking on every freaking door every second like this, hopefully your SOC will notice that, okay? So reactive security will then fix the rest of it. And now I'm over time, so if you have questions, I'm gonna hang out here. Metallica starts at 9, so we're all good, but I'm not gonna steal your break. So thank you so much for joining the session, and I hope to talk to you later.
Thank you, Sami. That was amazing. 5 minutes, people, 5 minutes.
Sorry.
Ready to go when you are.
All right. Our slew of security talks continues with Martin here. So let's give him a big hand and let him talk.
Well, thank you for the introduction, and great to be here in Finland. It's my first time in Finland and in Helsinki, so I'm quite excited to be here on Iglooconf, the summer edition. I'm not sure, is there also a winter edition that I'm not aware of? There is? Okay, I should be coming back then. Thank you, Sami, for a great security session. I will be building upon his content. I'm sure I can't exceed him, but at least I'll give you an extra perspective on all of the security things happening, specifically in the context of ransomware. So we'll be talking about a practical example that we witnessed that was in 52 minutes. Now, I know I've got 50 minutes for this session. I'm not planning to go 2 minutes beyond, but I'll just recap how that went down. Sorry?
Like Sami did.
Like Sami did, yeah. I'll take some time back. I'll give you some more break. The agenda today is we'll do a quick introduction, talk about the threat actors then. Afterwards, we'll go into timeline and tactics, some defensive recommendations. What can you do to prevent ransomware and exfiltration from happening? And of course, some key takeaways at the end. And if there is time, I'm happy to take questions and provide you with some answers and our perspectives. So my name is Maarten Goed. I'm from the Netherlands, as you can hear probably from the accent. I live close to Amsterdam. I've been an MVP since 2007, so I guess I'm a dinosaur MVP at this point. And I'm also regional director, which is also a Microsoft community title. I do run Holland's biggest community conference called Experts Live, which we held this week. So I was glad I could flew in on Thursday. But some people also know me in this suit because I'm a police volunteer at the criminal investigation. So I work with the cybercrime team as well as locally. And in my spare time, I try and help our police force catch the criminals. So this is me on my spare time. So this session will all be about humor. And I won't be a stand-up comedian, certainly not as good as Sami is, but we'll talk about human-operated ransomware. So not just any ransomware. This is very much driven by people, by groups, and very much tailored intelligence against your organization for them to gain financial benefits from. So the context of this talk will be human-operated ransomware, and you'll see this acronym throughout the presentation as well. So if you look at Microsoft's Digital Defense Report and how they aggregate what they are seeing in their infrastructure platforms, working with intelligence agencies around the world, what they last year concluded over 2023 is that human-operated ransomware attacks are up by more than 250%. And we saw that in Sami's talk as well. Things are accelerating. We see way much more attempts to attack, but we also see more real attacks happening where companies get hit, have full impact, and their business goes down. And secondly, this is not just for enterprise organizations. This is not just the worry of a big organization that has lots of intellectual property. What they are seeing is that 70% of organizations that are encountering human-operated ransomware had fewer than 500 employees. So all of our mid-sized companies in Europe, in Finland, are a likely target. They could also be extorted to pay money as part of their criminal operations. And so this is not just an enterprise story. This is really about pretty much every company that we have in our countries. And of course, password-based attacks are rising. Microsoft is seeing 4,000 attempts per second on their platform, so about 250,000 attempts per minute happening on Entra ID. And this is just alone from any other provider as well. So identity is still, of course, a big entry point. And then 80% of all compromises that they are seeing start or have some sort of relation with an unmanaged device. And so Sami was driving the point home that we need to patch and update our systems. The other thing we should think about, and he made the point about inventory, is those machines and endpoints and cloud resources that we have that are not under control are actually the most likely to be part of the breach going forward. So think about what you need to fix, probably get some sort of manageability in, get your patches in before you start worrying about all sorts of nifty other security tooling. And of course, when you do get a breach, you'll have damage. This could be probably a business down situation where systems are encrypted, or maybe a real damage where a CEO or a CFO has wired big sums of money away. So there will likely be a big damage where you need to rebuild your infrastructure. You can't serve your customers, so there will be indirect revenue streams impacted. But the other thing you probably are not aware of yet is that this could also be brand damage. It could be that your customers are now looking at you at a different way. Certainly at how you safeguarded their data, what did you do before the breach occurred to make it as safe as possible. But secondly, how are you disclosing and communicating when a breach happens will impact whether or not these customers will stay with you and whether your company will actually endure or get an even bigger hit for the future revenue. So these are the things that are tangible problems that you will occur happening when a ransomware will hit you or some other fraud will hit you. Now, what are the threat actors and the threats coming at your company and towards yourself? And I would say you could probably group them into three bigger buckets. And the first bucket, I would say, would be the young professionals, or if you want to put it differently, the script kiddies. Maybe teenagers that are digital natives. They grow up with computers and digital communications. They're probably gaming, making fun in an online world. Maybe they're losing a game and they're finding out how to steer botnets towards their friends so that their internet line gets clogged and they can still win their game. But if you look at some police research from Holland, and this is a Dutch quote, is that 50% of all the people doing cybercrime is under 20 years of old, which means that there is a chance for them to use those digital skills in a good way, but some will be attracted to forming those skills in another way. And so that's why, for instance, in Holland, we see lots of preventative programs for young people to get educated on what to do, what they shouldn't do, and the values going forward. One of those programs being Hack Shield. That's something that is actually in English, which you could do here in Finland as well, where you could educate youngsters on primary schools for them to understand these types of situations. But they're probably not your biggest concern yet. They could cause havoc. In 2018, the Dutch banking system, certainly the internet portals went down for maybe 5-6 hours, which impacted the country, driven by one teenager, but those are probably the outliers instead of the most common ones. The group you'll probably be most worrying about are the financially motivated group. And those are the groups that we all know with all the nifty names. And the word says it, they're financially motivated. It's their only reason to do this work. It's an economy in and by itself. And those are the threats you're probably encountering on a daily basis or in your threat profile start worrying and planning about. And there is a bit of a fine line between those groups and the nation states. And of course, if you hold certain specific intellectual property, if you are a national critical company, then you could be a target of a nation state. But some of these groups will actually be loyal to a nation state cause. And so there is a bit of a fine line between the groups executing the work and the nation states having the motive and the reason behind it to attack your company. But those could be coming into play depending on the type of company you are, and certainly with the world situation now rapidly declining, I would say, in our area. So what are a few of these motives? Well, it could be that they just want to get fame, certainly with the young professionals, for them to say, I've got this covered without understanding really the consequences. It could be revenge, certainly with financial groups or with youngsters. It could be financial with the financially motivated groups. Political, it could be about intelligence gathering, getting certain IP from your company or just understanding how infrastructure in a country is run. And of course, destruction. And we talked with Sami about Wiper software. Those are things that have a whole different meaning now as part of probably a fifth dimension of war. So let's rewind a bit. About 15 years ago or 10 years ago, things looked very differently. When you talked about ransomware or attacks from certain groups, you would see targeted individual systems. So maybe they, at scale, tried a certain vulnerability. They would go about targeting whole IP ranges, and they would hit certain machines depending on how things were set up. It was broad targeting, but they had a narrow impact because they landed at maybe 1 or 2 systems. And depending on which system they landed on, maybe the encryption would run because it maybe was just one generic way of trying to encrypt. And depending on your Windows version, depending on your client, depending on the software you ran, they might be able to encrypt it, but certainly not all the time, so it was a bit opportunistic. And it could cause some business harm. Maybe it was your HR system or your business processing system, but it would probably be a business down situation for the whole company, maybe a segmented impact. And so you could probably rebuild, restore, work your way around it, maybe manually do some work. And how would we do defenses? Well, probably by running some sort of enterprise antivirus solution, right? We figured if we got that at scale running, we got our networking set up, then we would be pretty safe. Well, fast forward to today, the target and the attacks we are seeing now, certainly with the human-operated ransomware, they're trying to target your entire company. They're deliberately, ahead of time, trying to figure out what is your company, how is it run, like who are the people working there, what's the infrastructure, what can we do from an open source intelligence gathering. they will have people in the loop that take that human intelligence and customize the attack towards your company very deliberately, trying to target. And then they will have all sorts of maybe encryptions and automations running so that once they get in, they can spread quickly, try and impact every machine, whether it's a virtualization platform, whether it's identities, whether it's some sort of business system. And so once they do get in and they start spreading, it's probably a guaranteed business disruption, and it is something that will take your business down and you probably can't serve your customers anymore. So what should we do from a defense perspective? Well, many, many layers. Not just one thing, probably not even 2 things, not even 10 things. There's a lot of things we should do. Get our basics in, get some sort of defense in with software, maybe do segmentation, zero networking, whatever, but it needs some sort of holistic approach, a plan that covers many, many parts of your business. And how would they then go about? Well, we all understand that they would try and encrypt and lock the data and the infrastructure that you have so that you can't access it anymore, that the application function goes down. But oftentimes, before they start encrypting, they will figure out, like, what are the crown jewels in your company? What is the data or the intellectual property that you care about? Maybe you provide sodas and you have a recipe. Maybe you make chips and you have architectures. Maybe there's other things like patient data in hospitals that you care about that they will then identify, try and copy out, exfiltrate as we call it, before they run the encryption. And why is that? Well, even if we do get encrypted and they ask us and they extort us for money, and you figure like, okay, my morale is I won't pay, I won't negotiate, I will try and rebuild from my immutable backups, they have a second card to play and say, well, if you won't pay us, we will release this data to the public, to the market, to your competitor, or anybody else, unless you pay us. So that gives us almost a second chance for them to extort you, which is what we call exfiltration. So probably encryption, ransomware, and exfiltration are the 2 types of things you'll see them trying to achieve for them to extort. And for both things, you need some sort of solution. On the left-hand side, you'll have threat protection, all of the technical solutions. On the right-hand side, we see a rise of software solutions around data security. If you look at the Microsoft world, often start with a name of Purview, but those things like DLP and data safeguarding is something you probably use as another factor in your holistic approach for exfiltration. So I've got a short video.
We hear a lot of rumors doing this job, and one of them that just keeps coming up is that hackers are making a killing from secret payments by major companies. But what would you do if every computer in your office was hijacked by hackers? That's what happened to a Norwegian company recently, and they faced a dilemma: to pay or not to pay.
The hackers attacked here late at night. Computers everywhere changed simultaneously. The message: pay us or you'll be locked out forever. For this aluminium producer, it was a disaster.
I guess the audio...
Everything was affected. Even the computer inside this clock. And it wasn't just here, it was at the company's 170 other sites around the world. 35,000 employees forced to use pen and paper.
Okay, well, I guess you understand the story. Like, this is going to be something that surprises you. This will lead to a business situation going down. So everybody will be in some sort of stressed mode to figure out what's happening, how should recover, while customers are on the phone. Production is now at a standstill. And so this is a highly stressful situation you'll be put in. And then the board or yourself will be faced with the question, okay, we're now being extorted for ransom. Should we pay the money or shouldn't we? And there's a lot of gray area, because you could say, well, there's laws that prohibit us from negotiating with criminals, right? On the other hand, many companies look at this as a business case. Like I can pay, let's call a certain amount, 250,000 euros, maybe get a decryption key, maybe be back up later today, while if I am down for a couple of days, costing me millions of money, maybe I need to restore, costing me days, if not weeks, to get there. They're probably weighing their options between paying and not paying. And of course, if you engage with criminals, certainly for decryption key, there's no guarantee you'll get it. But from what we see from our research, certainly in our company, is that many companies will actually consider paying and pay up the money instead of just going the royal route and rebuilding their infrastructure. Now, there's no good or bad. I don't have any final decision on this. But what you do see, and this was the case with the Thales Group, a French company, they were hit at a certain point in time for the first time. They made the decision to pay up. They got the decryption key and at one point got their infrastructure back up again. But then about a year later, they got hit again by the same type of software, which does question you how they were building their defenses. But the reason they got hit again is because those criminals understand that you're willing to pay. So there's another dimension for them to work a bit harder to get back into your infrastructure, because apparently the business case worked for you. And what we see in practice is that the amount they will charge you from bitcoins, euros, however you want to calculate it, is something that's a reasonable amount for a board to consider. It's probably percentage of your revenue where they understand it's slightly lower than lost revenue and rebuilding. So it's a complicated situation, we're in a stressful situation, and then you get this question, what will you do? Well, many people actually pay. If you want to understand how these negotiations go, if you want to be the admin or the board member negotiating and chatting with those groups, the Financial Times actually created a simulator, which is quite realistic, where you could actually do this. And based on the answers you give, the simulation will adapt. So they'll put more stress on you, the amount will rise or decline, and this is actually something you should try and understand and experience, and then consider that you'll be in a stressful situation. And I'll share the slides on my social, so you don't need to note the URL, but do try this. It makes a lot of interesting insights. But like I said, for them, it's all about the money. And this was a healthcare provider in Ontario, Canada, that got faced with a ransomware attack. And they were so bold to post the chat messages that they were having with that ransomware group. And I'll give you a couple of seconds to read. But it's harsh. This is about real lives. It's about patient care. But for the criminal groups, it's just about the money. And like I said, it's really about for them also pushing you towards a business case and taking it very professionally almost and trying to convince you to pay. So this is something that you'll be faced with again if you get into ransomware. It is a big economy. It's certainly not small. This is some reports from Chainalysis. This is a tool that many of our public law enforcement agencies use to track money going around in cryptocurrencies, where they can also work with crypto exchanges based on exchanges. And then last year, 2023, they saw that for the research that they were involved in, so this is probably even just a part of it, that $1.1 billion was going around in value received by ransomware attackers as part of those ransom payments. So that is a big economy. Now, apparently, they've also found a third way to extort you. If you think, okay, I'm going to rebuild my infrastructure, I'm going to be bold, I know you're going to release my intellectual property, but I'm not negotiating with you, I'm going to take my turns. Then Black Hat, late last year, around November, actually filed a complaint at the American SEC, so the Stock Exchange Commission, against a stock-noted company called Meridian, because they had actually hacked and ransomed Meridian. They were not reporting it to the SEC, as apparently the rules state. So they were actually filing a complaint against them, and they would actually not have if they would have paid. So for them, a third way to extort that company and get you to pay up, which is mind-blowing to me that they're finding new ways to put pressure on you. So this is economy. It's not just one group, it's not 10 groups, it's not hundreds of groups, there's literally a lot of groups involved. Some will sell you initial access where they know, like, okay, I've got this RDP port for this server, for this company for you to try at. Some will provide the encryption mechanism, so you can buy some sort of toolkit for the encryption. Some will run a platform for you. Some will do the payment help desk, if you will. And they all work together almost to provide what we call a ransomware as a server. And Microsoft has published about 1.5 years ago information about how they were seeing transactionings happen. Given the 2,500 potential target organizations for which initial access brokers sold some sort of method into that company, could be an identity, could be an RDP server open on the internet, 60 of them were encountering real activity where other groups were trying to hammer down that identity or port, try to get in or exploit that vulnerability. Of those 60, 1 out of 3 experienced a successful compromise, so they were able to take that identity or get into that server. And from that point on, of course, they need to then move about and try and wreck your infrastructure, copy out the crown jewels. And then 1 out of 20 actually saw a business down situation happen. And so given the fact that we have hundreds of thousands of organizations in our country, a lot of them will be hit by a ransomware attack over time. And this is all orchestrated by groups of ransomware together as an economy. But sometimes it's hard to identify. If you take an example from 2 years ago, a group that was marked first as Dev 0504, you see that they changed their mode of operation over time. So they started out by ransoming people with the Ryuk ransomware, then over time switched to Revil, switched over to Lockbit before trying Black Matter, then the Conti materials, and then over time started using Black Cat software. And so sometimes it's hard to understand whether or not you're dealing with group 1, group B, and also when you got your defenses in, or your indicator of compromise, or your specific use cases, you still need to fine-tune and update them over time because they'll be changing their mode of operation to be more efficient, successful, or go with some new vulnerabilities that were found. And if you look at one of the most successful groups last year, then you saw that Black Cat is the #1 most dangerous, damaging, and flexible ransomware group today, now a polar bear, that has cost over $1 billion in lost revenue. And then if you take that same Chainalysis research, you see that Black Cat by far has the most volume of payments, but also about 3/4, about 75% of all people that run into Black Cat activity will be paying up to those groups. So they're also most successful in getting you to pay. And some others were noted as well. Again, lovely research to understand. And something, of course, that the public law enforcement really is trying to be on top of. The cybercrime teams from European countries, together with Australia, the US, many others, are trying to seize and capture those groups. And sometimes they are successful. This was last week with Operation Endgame, where another ransomware group was taken down. But it's a cat and mouse game because then overnight you see on other channels that they unseized themselves. They were able to move parts of their core infrastructure somewhere else on the internet, start operating again with their encryption kits, with providing service to all their affiliates, and unseizing themselves on a new URL and a new endpoint. So it's a cat and mouse game between law enforcement and those groups. But certainly it's great to see that the law enforcement is investing lots of time and money to do this. But again, attribution is hard. You think you're seeing one group with their activity, and then Sami already said it, maybe you're installing a Russian keyboard, it seems to be another one. So sometimes attribution is hard, and that's why Microsoft has a department in Redmond called the Microsoft Threat Intelligence Center, MISTIC. Those are about 1,000+ people that work on their own platforms, so Azure, M365, what have you, to see activity there at scale and understand whether or not they should provide that as an indicator going forward. They work with intelligence agencies around the world for, of course, takedowns, but also information sharing where the law provides. And Mystic then digests that information at a couple of places. So they published the defense report, which is a great reading. They publish it as part of Microsoft Defender threat analysis, threat intelligence, I'm sorry. But they also provide it back into their products, so into Defender, into Sentinel, and many, many other places. So Mystic is quite an interesting department that they have running. Like I said, there is a Microsoft Digital Defense Report, roughly around October, November of each year. You can download it as an extensive PDF. They also publish a blog. And then the one that was published in the fall of last year, 2023, you saw one key detail is that 40% of the nation-state attacks are targeting critical infrastructure. And of course, that is why NIS2, the new European standard, is coming into law around October, November, because we need to up our game to make sure those nation-states are not successful. Now, if you look which nation-states are involved, and again, this is from Mystic, it's the ones you would see in the real world, as well as what we would call the axis of evil: Iran, China, Russia, North Korea. But again, there will be cyber mercenaries, a bit of a gray area, associating them to certain causes, some financially motivated groups also associating, and then the influence operations as well. And Microsoft, around this time last year, started a new naming convention, trying to standardize how we name the groups and the nation states involved, because you see now the new names. And activity coming out of Russia will be named Blizzard, China Typhoon, Sandstorm, etc. And then if you look at the financially motivated groups, those will be called something Tempest. So last they published a blog around Octo Tempest, and this is trying to almost replace the funky names like the Fancy Bears, the APT29s, etc. So some sort of new taxonomy that Microsoft will be using going forward. Now, interestingly enough, not only our companies and maybe ourselves as service providers are doing a lot of work in the area of cyber, but also the governments are spending a lot of time now on how to safeguard their countries. And if you look at this statistic from the UK, is that ransomware incidents now make up the majority of the emergencies for the crisis management COBRA that they have. And one country, specifically Australia, is taking a very interesting stance.
And I announced with the Deputy Prime Minister yesterday that we're setting up a permanent standing operation, a partnership of new policing between the Australian Signals Directorate, which are the cyber guns of the Australian Public Service, and the Australian Federal Police. This is an entirely new model of operating for these two organisations. What they will do is scour the world, hunt down the criminal syndicates and gangs who are targeting Australia in cyber attacks and disrupt their efforts. This is Australia standing up and punching back.
And so this means that Australia is saying we will be going at this proactively. We will dedicate about 100 people at this point trying to find these groups, and even before they can hit the Australian critical companies or any company in that region, they will actually be tried to hack them, impact them before anything happens, which is an interesting, again, gray law context, but something that they're one of the first trying to do this, which is be interesting to follow and see how they go. And like I said, cyber is also the fifth dimension, of course, of warfare, apart from land, sea, air, and space. We now certainly see in Ukraine that cyber warfare is a real thing and coming up to the surface for us to see. Not only now, but certainly also in 2014, when Russia took Crimea, you saw that they're using cyber wiper malware to really do a destructive damage to critical assets, in this case, the energy sector of Ukraine. And this is why certainly this wiper malware is very, if you're a critical company, something you should be concerned about and put your defenses up for. Microsoft also published a blog by the end of 2022, around the fall, where they correlated the real world, so the attacks that Russia was doing on Ukraine as a whole, correlated it with all of the cyber attacks that they were seeing. And oftentimes, if you look at the data, you saw that Russia was first trying to do wiper software, which of course is the most easiest way for them to do this. And if they were unsuccessful, certainly missile strikes would follow in the real world, something they were trying to achieve the goal with in multiple ways. Now, if this all dazzles you, I've got good news. There's a non-profit organization called MITRE that's trying to provide you with all of the information around the groups that are active, their tools, tactics, and procedures, information about the things you could do to prevent those attacks. This is a non-profit organization. It's becoming the de facto standard. So if you're running some sort of cyber software, you often see T numbers. Those T numbers correlate with knowledge articles on the MITRE website. And it's free, so you can go to the MITRE website and get also attack matrices for your organization. So what are the kill chain phases we have for Azure? What are the tools, tactics, and procedures for Azure? But certainly also for ICS, so your production environments or any other platform like AWS, GCP, whatever, or on-prem. So the attack matrices and their knowledge base articles are very, very helpful. Now they align them with 12 phases of the cyber kill chain. So they've got information on initial access, discovery, execution, which runs some sort of software on an endpoint, lateral movement, persistence, etc., all the way down to impact, which is when they'll be flipping the switch, running the encryption for you to get a business down situation. And these are example knowledge base articles that you can download. They're updated quite frequently. You see the technique, you see sub-techniques, what platforms, how they run, some sort of procedures, sample software. This is very helpful if you want to understand certain ways, like, for instance, the adversary in the middle. Now, there's a lot of articles. So one of the things that Roberto Rodriguez did, one of the researchers at Microsoft Threat Intelligence Center, is build a custom GPT, which indexes that software, and then you can ask natural language questions about what are the most prevalent attack factors for my industry, or what are the most new attack factors, or what are the ways an attacker could abuse PowerShell or WMI, etc. And so this is something you could open up, ask your question, take a couple of seconds, and it would actually provide you with the information. That's something I find very useful, and probably see that coming through other ways as well in the future, like with Security Copilot. So what are the timeline and tactics? In our example, where the attacker went from initial access to full breach in 52 minutes. Well, if you look at initial access, you probably worry about all of the things you see in the news, right? Was it a 0 day? Probably not. You often see things like just an RDP open, really the basics that you need to worry about. They're not simple because it's a lot of work and you might not have visibility everywhere, but the basics are probably the things you should worry about most when you look at initial access, and not per se that nifty 0 day that came out today. MITRE groups them into almost 5 categories, how they could get initial access to your company. First category, exploit some sort of vulnerability in an internet-facing service. So you've got something running on the internet, it has a vulnerability, maybe a web vulnerability, and that could be an initial way to get into a part of your infrastructure. And I'm noting the T numbers so that when you do get the slides, you could look them up in the knowledge base articles for more depth and relevance. Second category, abusing internet-facing authentication mechanisms, Entra ID, Okta, some sort of custom login that you have for your software that will get some sort of abuse and they get in with an identity. Third, phishing, still very relevant, trying for you to click on something to run some sort of software on an endpoint that then is a stepping stone into a next phase. Of course, gaining physical access to a network, dropping a Raspberry Pi in your warehouse, something behind your printer, mystery guest that comes in and tries this. And the fifth is supply chain attacks. And you could look at that two ways. It could be some sort of managed service provider in your company providing services but has admin rights, whatever, they get breached. Or the other way around, software versions with packages, NuGets, NPMs, whatever, that has some sort of vulnerability that gets abused as part of a supply chain software attack. So those are the 5 categories that MITRE actually sees. And identity is still one of the really strong ones that initial access gets abused from. Why? Well, it's the new control plane. Identity provides you with the authentication and the authorization. Through the pandemic, we saw an acceleration of remote work, so identity becomes the single point for you to focus on. Many still have vendors in your environment, and are you doing the daily hygiene for them to make sure you have lifecycle management or least amount of rights, etc.? And of course, that means that we often have too many rights and access. So still a lot of, and I guess the majority of those attacks have something to do with identity. And this is, again, not just enterprises or mid-size. Even nation states are quite successful in abusing identities. If you looked at how Microsoft was breached last year in November, it started with a password spray attack. It's mind-blowing to me, but this is still initial access and something to worry about. So identity is a good starting point on your defenses. But spear phishing, certainly something that we should look at. Haven't we all got some sort of email where some file was shared with us? You click this and it's trying to load something. Well, spear phishing is still very relevant. And why? Because they're trying to abuse our human nature, how we respond to things in real life. And that's why things like a coworker scheduling a meeting for tomorrow for you to accept or decline might have a good chance for you to click on. Or, hey, did you see this new cat picture? Might click on that as well. It's all about human behavior that they're trying to exploit. So these are the things that you should worry about. And because we've got these new tools, AI, large language models, they can make it very specific for you, for your company, in that branding, context, or time. And that's why phishing is actually still on the rise, even though it's been with us for quite a time. What often happens then is you got launched into some sort of website where it's asking you to log in to see that meeting or to download that OneDrive file. But it would be an adversary in the middle, so they stand up some sort of copy that looks like the Microsoft login, but it certainly is not. And some of us as professionals will probably recognize it based on URL or other properties, but a regular user might not. And if you think this is hard, well, go and follow John Hammond on YouTube. He has a 20-minute video on setting up Evil Engine X, and you could be running your own adversary in the middle attack in the next hour, which is worrying because if he can do it in 20 minutes, we all can do it in 20 minutes. And so we see a lot of rise in attack in the middle. They capture it. They capture your identity from a name and password perspective. But then you would say, okay, but I've got multi-factor authentication set up, right? So no need to worry about that. Well, we saw that a lot of the companies in the past, of course, only had the approval MFA, where you go like decline or approve. And you would decline it the first time. Maybe they tried again, decline it the second time. By the time they get to the 10th, the 11th, the 12th one, there might be some fatigue where you go like, okay, this is some random app trying to prompt me now. I'll just hit allow. Maybe not as professionals, but certainly our users will find the fatigue and hit approve. And the most recent proof that it works was with the Uber attack and the Okta attack last year, where MFA spamming, as we call it, and the MFA fatigue got them a cookie and a session cookie for them to continue on. And we'll talk about number matching in a second. But spear phishing, again, not only just for enterprises, even with nation states are trying to target operators of energy stations for them to click on initial software for them to load the MITRE malware. So even the CERT of Ukraine is publishing information that they're seeing spear phishing happen. So onwards to the attack. This is what the customer saw. Initial access, spear phishing, somebody clicked on it, launched the adversary in the middle attack, MFA spamming, and by the MFA fatigue, they hit approve, got themselves a cookie. Then they need to persist in some way, so they enrolled a virtual device, changed the MFA settings on that account. Then they needed persistence in the environment, so they created scheduled tasks, which is still a thing, unfortunately, running SSH and installing beacons, as we call them, in Cobalt Strike, this platform that many attackers use as communication and control, all in the time of a few minutes. Then they used RDP in packet, which tries to mimic certain protocols, PSExec and remote service creation for the lateral movement, because it was a non-segmented environment. Credential access, so trying to figure out some clear text passwords in memory, enabling wdigest, and then also tooling to access the ntds.dit, so your Active Directory on-prem, through volume shadow copies. And then, of course, going through disabling antivirus with a vulnerable anti-rootkit driver, first exfiltrating data out through SCP, but the process was masqueraded as lsas.exe with one S. It mixed a bit in the normal traffic, and then they executed the encryption, and the ransom note was displayed, all in the time of 52 minutes. Why? They automate themselves. They do the human intelligence ahead of time, but the time they're running their Cobalt Strike platform, they have lots of automations for them to do the lateral movement, to try the execution, and to exfiltrate data and start the encryption at scale. So at 52 minutes, this customer actually experienced a business down situation. And so I've got a question for you. How much time do you think it would take to encrypt 100,000 files? And I know you're going to ask me, like, how fast was the processor and the disk? And we'll take an average machine for now. Who thinks it's going to take 8 hours? Okay, nobody noble to do 8 hours. 3 hours? Anybody? Okay, so you're torn between 3 hours, 21 minutes? Okay, we got a good group going on. 4 minutes, anybody? Oh, the other half of the group. Okay, so what they're seeing in research is that this takes on average 4 minutes. Why? Because it's all multi-threaded on your processor, it's multi-process, it's all parallel, nothing is sequential. And that is also the same thing if you look at machines. You could take one machine, but really, like Sami just said, it just takes under 2 hours to get your whole environment down. Why? Automation, parallel threading, making sure everything executes at the same time. So within probably already the first 30 to 60 minutes, you'll see many infrastructure going down, and that will continue onwards. So this is something where you don't have a lot of time, where you need to do some preventative measures so that it doesn't happen, but also some reactive measures like a SOC, like an MDR, for them to step in quickly and circumvent. So what could you do? Well, we could do some things. Start with the basics. And again, it's not going to be easy, so I'm not downplaying this. Making sure you got your identities locked out, use proper things like MFA, patch, get visibility are not simple things to do, but our software allows for it. In Active Directory and Enter, we got lots of things we can do, password protections, etc. If you're doing MFA, and this was enabled by default in May 23, do number matching, so they can't just do allow or decline. They need to retype a number they only have in their screen that the other person doesn't have. So number matching is a bit of an annoyance we see for users. Of course, it's a bit of a steeper hurdle. On the other end, it's one of those things that will really provide you with a defensive layer, because this is not something they can do the MFA fatigue anymore. You could spend some more money on Microsoft tooling, do things like identity protection, see anomalies, see odd behavior, and get auto block modes. Or use things like Defender for Identity, where it's tapping into your Active Directory, finding LDAP queries, finding traffic over your certificate services, but also things like honey accounts, honeypots, if you will, where you in regular use would never use it. But if they do enumeration, that honey token would be hit, and it would be a high fidelity alert for your SOC. And then really one of the Swiss Army knives, if you will, is the Defender for Endpoint, the EDR solution, where you could run this on your servers, you could run it on your endpoints, And it just doesn't only look at the known knowns. This is not just some sort of antivirus solution where we only publish the things that we already found in the wild. No, this takes also normal behavior from your endpoint, what's normally running in memory or CPU, etc., and then start to block that. It can correlate between the cloud engine, so at scale for your company or across tenants. And this is something that provides a lot of value, is what we're seeing, EDR solutions in your environment. And one of the things that Microsoft came out with is Deception. It's now in preview. So it will mimic your infrastructure, the IP addresses, the naming, the files that you go using on that station, but it will only be in memory. It will only be there as fake decoys, as honeypots, if you will. Again, if enumeration happens, if things start to do on that machine that will access many more things than a normal user or a normal business process would do, those will be 100% high fidelity alerts for your SOC to look at. And this is just enabled by default that you can start using. It's auto-configured. It uses ML to just understand over time the naming conventions you have. You could use Defender for Cloud, look at your Azure platform from a fundamental perspective, or again, some of the resources there. But look mainly at the attack path. So what is my exposure? How could this account give me access to a certain network, to a certain storage account, or something else that will be part of that kill chain? And for you to understand what route would be the most prevalent and start working on that as a high priority, for instance. And then if you want to dive deeper from a threat intelligence perspective on the groups targeting you and your company, look at MDTI. Zoom in and start to work your way. And then get that all back into what they now call Defender XDR, correlate things from Defender for Endpoint for identity alerts, map it back to the MITRE attack kill chains, to the certain articles, group it as an incident instead of separate alerts, but also use a visual representation with actionable items for you to work at or for your SOC to work at. And then if you want to add other environments, your networking environment, your production environment, custom data, logging, like Sami talked about, then you can enrich that with Microsoft Sentinel, which is the SIEM solution. Again, all multi-cloud, AWS, GCP, Azure. But they're adding in a security copilot, so an LLM, which makes it easier for us, because then we can ask, like, what does the script do? Who was hit? Maybe get some actionable items that we can work on, something that's now in preview. But what we really need is, if those attackers are automating themselves, we need to automate ourselves. Otherwise, they'll be quicker. We can't respond in time. So we need to defend at machine speed. Because if we see an anomaly where a processor is using all sorts of encryption threads that is normally not the case for a normal business operation, we could ask the machine to step in and say, okay, start blocking this process ahead of time before bad things happen. But you need high fidelity. And how do you achieve high fidelity? Well, honey tokens could be one way. The other way is correlate at least two sources. Because on one source, you could be chasing your tail. Identity, abnormal login from Helsinki. Well, Martin is today in Helsinki, so the SOC needs to analyze, take a lot of bandwidth for them to understand it's false or true positive. What if it was correlated with a VPN, with my agenda, with some sort of other login? At least 2, 3, or 4 signals together. That's when you often see that the confidence goes up and the fidelity goes up. And that's what Microsoft is trying to do with automatic attack disruption. Take at least 3 signals, high fidelity signals, build up the confidence, and then let you decide, okay, at this point of confidence, I want the system to step in, block port, block an account, eradicate a process in memory, etc., to do coordinated action, what normally your SOC would do. They've got lots of use cases in there now. They're coming up with new ones every month. And this is, to me, one of the really exciting parts of the Defender suite, is getting into this automatic attack disruption and trying to move at the machine speed quicker than our adversaries can do. And certainly also for business scenarios, not just threat scenarios. So key takeaways. Well, if you're interested in this type of thing, one person to follow is Kevin Beaumont. really exciting on X, LinkedIn, wherever he sits about, maybe Blue Sky. But here's something that does a lot of early reporting, details analysis, and he's not shy of telling an unsalted opinion. Other takeaways, threats are accelerating. Have a plan, start with a plan, fix the basics. It's not easy, but maybe target your identities first. Get some sort of visibility in with an integrated solution, I would say. And if you're interested in Microsoft, learn Microsoft Security. You have a lot of interesting things. Like Sami said, it's not a matter of if, but when. And for those who know the Schrödinger's cat, I would say it's the Schrödinger's hack. So you will be hacked at one point in time, so better be ready for it now. Microsoft Threat Intelligence Center publishes a really nice podcast where they explain all of these actors, where the security analyst is really on the podcast episode itself. Join this guy in Hungary later in September if you want to get more Sami awesome. And I thought I should end with a Finnish saying. One of the greats in our area, Mikko Hipponen, we are no longer securing computers, we are securing society. So let's all chime in and make a safer world. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. I at least feel a little bit scared right now. Next up, you have a break and coffee behind this wall. And after that, I think you guys should contact your security teams to take some of this advice. But yeah, we'll continue at past. All right, welcome to the last presentation of the event with Vesa here. His title says 5 minutes to load and 5 minutes to analyze, so that leaves about 40 minutes for him to actually talk. So let's give him a big hand.
Thank you. So first of all, it's great that you are all here. Last session of the event, I can see many kind of luggage here. So you have plane to catch. So I will try to be quick. So next 2.5 hours we will be spending on Fabric and all the internals there. But first, Sami, here is your badge. Please pay the suite when you go out. I promise that you come there and pay for the whole weekend. Thank you. Thank you. So my name is Vesa Tikkanen. We've seen very famous titles for everyone during the event. I'm a consultant at Kumio doing data things on Microsoft platform, SQL Server MVP, and then data platform MVP like 5 years after that or something. What I do on my other time when not working on Microsoft data things, I'm building a lakehouse. Not Fabric lakehouse, the real lakehouse. So and technically, like building as this summer, the yard or kind of the place where cars can be and things. So quite a lot of bricks. I have a son, 17.5 years. To him, to get the driving license as a car, those need to be on correct place. That's kind of the idea. And if you say that there are a lot of bricks, there is even more. And not that we will build a road to the lake, so even more, and of course to the main entrance, so even more bricks. So, but anyway, 74 pallets of those for this summer. So we have this program on television show on Finland where they try to find the kind of best summer cottage of Finland. And then they have the kind of every show starts for the family presenting the cottage. And then they open the door and say, welcome to our cottage. And that's what I've been telling to everyone, that welcome to our summer cottage. Please bring your kind of gloves with you when you arrive. I have plenty of things planned for you. And still first to be arrived, so no one has yet come. Who is Power BI user? Who is Fabric user? Okay. Who was Power BI user? Why didn't you raise your hand when I said that why are you not a Power BI user? Fabric user. If you are Power BI user, you are Fabric user. That's kind of first thing from this session, that there is no, I would like to say, there is no difference between Fabric customer and Power BI customer, because it's only those workloads you enable. And that's actually a big thing, at least in Finland, in many companies, that they are like, oh, we are not going to the Fabric, it's that big of a thing. And then you're like, but you are using Power BI very heavily. Yeah, but we are not going to the Fabric. And you're like, it's like a one switch, and you enable additional workloads. So the purpose of this session is to try to lower the bar for you to try Fabric things. That's kind of my idea of this session. It even says on the Office 365 portal admin, I don't know what it is, that it's a Fabric administrator. There is no such thing as Power BI administrator. so anymore. So kind of, if you are Power BI user, you are Fabric user. Okay, what are we going to talk during the later part of the session, or pretty much starting right now? We are doing pure demos. So kind of we are at the end of slides, pretty much one slide left. We are talking about real customer case, Atria. So it's a food manufacturing company here in Finland, something like 2 billion euros turnover per year. They have a huge on-premise installation for all the SQL Server things, analysis services and databases. And they are, as a food producer, they are tied to all those EU regulations regarding traceability and things like that. I don't know, they have to find the chicken which was used, and then kind of the food that the chicken ate, that if something goes wrong. So the kind of data loads are quite heavy. And our purpose on this meeting, or on this session, is to reduce this one. They have had a SSAS model, which they needed to refresh. Refresh took 1.5 hours. We need to take that time as short as possible. And that's the 5 minutes to load, 5 minutes to analyze. That's the kind of, was the goal on that exercise. So pretty much, this is their on-premise architecture, easy. I asked from the Copilot thing on the title. Yes, there was a Copilot word on the title. That's actually a hype term. Everyone wants to use the Copilot term. So I put it on the title to be selected on the session. Because kind of otherwise, you would be listening something else. So I know that I have to put it there. Then I have kind of possibility to be selected. So, but Pasi and others will be mad to me if I don't kind of then use the Copilot. So here we go with the Copilot stuff. I asked from the Copilot, please give me a picture of the Fabric architecture. And here we are. So that's Microsoft Fabric architecture. Not so good. I rephrased the term. Give me a lakehouse architecture, because that's what it is. So that's the lakehouse architecture. Okay, Sami on his session said that he needed to prompt like multiple times to get the picture correct. I did the same thing. So I asked that, could you please add data lake and batch processing in the architecture? And this is what it came. So kind of, we are getting there. It's becoming something. And then, if you ask that, okay, give me kind of the session title that let's load data from on-premise to the Fabric Lakehouse as very efficiently, and this is what it came. So kind of good things. Highlights for the session. It's good to be after security session, so let's get this out of the table immediately. It's even better. I don't have because this was a new idea, I don't have a kind of something to give you yet, but if you go that q7.fi with your browser, the same list is there. When I'm kind of reached at the end of session and you have ticked all the boxes, who was the first to kind of see that, yeah, every one of these issues have been shown, then that's the winner. These are important things. This is not like I'm joking that don't care about these things. But it's that in this session, we are cutting corners and doing things because we want to learn Fabric. But you have to take care of these ones when you do things in production. Yeah. So let's go to the actual thing. one more Copilot thing, because this is important. LLMs are as good as the data that they are trained for. So in this exercise, if you would ask from Copilot that how can we achieve this one, the answer it gives sounds correct, but you cannot create shortcuts against a SQL server and databases, and kind of the answer is way wrong. So kind of Copilot doesn't help here. Yes, there is a Fabric Copilot, or actually there are like 7 different Fabric Copilots. As of today, how you interact with Copilot in Fabric is that you already make a decision that I will go to this experience or workload, and then you ask how I do things here. So if you know what you are doing, you're actually slowing yourself down by asking things which you can kind of click in the user interface or doing something, because they are not integrated. Hopefully someday we will have a Fabric Copilot, but as of today, we have a Copilot for Spark, we have Copilot for SQL, we have Copilot for data pipelines, we have even Copilot for data flows inside data pipelines. And if you ask from those, that how should I integrate with my on-premise data? They are kind of, yeah, you already picked me, so let's go with this solution. So it's kind of, I would say, we can do better. And that's why kind of let's let the Copilot evolve a bit in Fabric. That's my kind of output of this. Okay, so we are starting our journey towards the final report. We have data in on-premise SQL Server here. So SQL 41. I name my servers with the incremental ID. And now I'm in the SQL 41, so SQL 42 will be next one and going forward. That's a good thing, because you kind of, I don't know, it sounds a bit weird if you say that you get in love with some servers, but kind of you have favorite servers. So SQL 9, for example, that's a perfect SQL 2012 server. It's just perfect. But 41 is a good 2022 server also. Here I have a data warehouse, AdventureWorks data warehouse, because why not? And this is something we want to upload to Fabric. What's our purpose is that we actually want to minimize the 1.5-hour timeline. That was the purpose. What we want first to do, we want to get data up to the cloud. You could use data pipelines, copy data from SQL. You could use data flows, Power Query, to read from on-premise. What we did was actually kind of neat, I would like to say. I'm very proud of this one. So what we did was that I have a storage account, globally reachable storage account. Now, tick a box. Not in production, but in this demo. And here, I have one container with folder structure. And on the SQL Server, what I have done is data, blah, 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 external resources, data source tied to the Azure storage, and data format for Parquet. Native SQL 2022 functionalities. Then we have developed a stored procedure which takes as first argument folder, what you would put, where do you want to land your data, and second, a dynamic SQL. Yes, you could argue that it's not an optimal thing, but there is a reason for that. What's the output of the statement? Going to the lake. And then, if you run this one, let's take a new query because I want to receive that window for you. Fact internet sales is a table, and there I will put this one as demo 2. And if I run this, it will take like 1 second or something. Okay, it's 60,000 rows. If you fact internet sales medium, there is something bigger table somewhere, medium 10 million, and you run this one, 10 million rows to upload to the Azure takes like, hopefully not so long, 6 seconds. You never can do that speed in any of the Microsoft recommended built-in already available things. How does this work is that on SQL Server, how many cores you have, you can set up the polybase connector so that it uses all the cores. In this device, I have 40 cores on the SQL 41. So 40 different threads. They are selecting internally from the database on the table and writing independently to the cloud. What happens is that here, I think it was demo 3 or something, what we, fact internet sales, what was the name of the folder I put there? Fact internet sales demo 3. Fact internet sales demo 3. Happens 40 different files in the size of 3 megabytes each. So that's what happens. We did this for something like 2 terabyte table, and we managed to reach, kind of cap the 2 gigabyte connection, private link, Azure private link connection to the cloud. It was capped the whole time. So kind of the speed of this technique is way faster than anything else. I would like to say, as of what my assumptions are for the upcoming mirrored databases for SQL Server, that you will look for that feature, and then you will come back with this technique, even though that's like native Microsoft thing. So we have data in Parquet format at the cloud. What should we do next? On Fabric side, not this one, this one. On Fabric side, I have a workspace. First of all, for those Power BI users who are not Fabric users, I'm using, just because you can, always the powerbi.com URL to use Fabric, because kind of how else you could say to people that, hey, this is Fabric. I'm not using fabric.microsoft.com. I'm using powerbi.com to use always Fabric, because it's the same thing. I have here a notebook, few lakehouses, and a warehouse. Difference between lakehouses and warehouses is that they both are visible in every engine. This morning, Heini talked about different workloads. Lakehouse and warehouse, you can connect Management Studio with that. So it's a database. It's a SQL database you can connect to. Lakehouse is read-only. Warehouse is something you can write with the SQL endpoint. And the other way around, that on this Spark engine or scripting, we can write to Lakehouse, but we cannot write to warehouse. Kind of the only difference is that they are storing data in the same way, they show up everywhere, but it's the who is primary. Kind of, is it the Spark engine or is it the SQL engine? Warehouse, SQL, Spark, Lakehouse. And that's kind of the thing. Now we have the data in the Azure storage. So I will first open the Lakehouse. And inside a Lakehouse, you can create what's called a shortcut. So inside a Lakehouse, you create a shortcut and point it to your ADLS Gen 2. And when you do this, I have done this already, so I will cancel. When you do this, it shows up just as a folder. So tying up different storages here and there, you create a shortcut, and that creates a folder. That's a folder even in a sense that if you open a notebook, multiple terms, sorry, the kind of this morning, some of you raised hand that I have never used a Fabric. Then you visited Heiny's session, and now you're a Fabric expert, so we can talk like these things in fluent manner. So here I have a notebook, which is an engine that I keep running using Python or PySpark to run workloads on top of Fabric Spark engine. So here, if I remember correctly, yes, here I have Python script. It imports OS library, which has nothing to do with Spark or Fabric. It's basic, like Python library as it can be. It has a listdir method, which lists the content of the folder. So if I go with kind of pure Python to my lakehouse, which is attached to this notebook, first of all, starts in 5 seconds. Fabric Spark sessions start in 5 seconds. Kind of the whole cluster is available for you in 5 seconds. How cool is that? Like never before seen functionality. Of course, Microsoft has like a bunch of clusters available, and then they just attach your session to that. But anyway, from customer point of view, 5 seconds to get things running. Cool. So I list my operating system's root directory. We learned just that Linux is a good operating system, so here are a lot of Linux folders. And here I have a folder for Lakehouse at the root. So if I put Lakehouse, rerun the query, there's a default location. And then I look inside a default location folder. There are tables and files. These happen to be the same thing as if you go with there's a program or application called OneLake Storage Explorer, which is attached to the Windows Explorer, so you can browse the OneLake content with it. If you go there and open the same folder, there is a tables and files folder, and here are tables and files. This is just hidden. You would need some parameters for the method to show hidden folders also. But kind of, it's very easy to use Fabric Spark to connect or manipulate files through shortcut from ADLS Gen 2, because they're just folders. If I go here underneath the files, there is that external thing or something external, and there external, I had the shortcut and I could go there. Why this is important? You could have a Python script that doesn't understand anything about Spark or ADLS or something, and it works. If it works in Linux, it works in here, because these are just folders. And that's actually something, because there are, for example, Excel libraries out there that I use in some customers. Yes, someone uses Excel as their data store, and we need to manipulate those files. Kind of, they don't understand anything about ADLS or ABS file paths or something like that, but as these are just folders, we can run them here. Very good. Another thing, what we learned during this exercise is that if you have something somewhere here, if you have something you can install, or you need to install. If I run import hello world, that doesn't work, hopefully, because this session has expired and it should now be unavailable, hopefully. You can install additional things to your Spark session just by pip install, like you do in Python. You can do that on Fabric. You can also create something called environments. I'm not sure if Heini talked about environments in the morning, but yeah, you can kind of pre-configure the environments you want to use. But when you do that, you lose that 5-second startup time, because then you cannot use the pre-configured Microsoft cluster for your system. So when you are kind of wanting to use external libraries, what we did was that we always, on the notebook, installed them live. We get the 5-second startup time and like 10-second library installation time, so 15 seconds, much less than 5 minutes what the environment system requires. So kind of tip first, use pip install inside your notebooks, not environments, even though Microsoft is pushing those environments for you. Okay, then we now have the shortcut. We have Spark session or notebook. Let's take this Copilot thing away, and then we want to read the data. This is not the production version of the code, but it's easy to present on here and easy to understand. This is something Heini did also in the morning. So we created a table from Spark data frames. Here, I'm just iterating over all the directories where I have loaded all my tables. So if you looked within the Azure storage, not that one, but this one, I have loaded all my on-premise tables with that stored procedure to the cloud, and then I can easily iterate over those and load them as a Delta table. Okay, it creates a copy. Yes, it creates a copy of the things, but you can kind of reload the things on the Azure storage without affecting the final output. And you kind of get this staging warehouse type of thing that you can do that. And for smaller tables, we did this. Kind of loading every time with the replace or overwrite, and then reloading small tables over and over again. For bigger tables, we used something called convert to Delta. So what we technically did was that we read through all the files in the ADLS and created the Delta metadata on top of that. It didn't read the whole files, it didn't have to, it just read the headers, but it created the JSON files for Delta format for us. And then we could do, here, we could do an upsert to our table. So we can read from the ADLS Gen 2, which is now Delta table, because it's been converted to Delta, and upsert to our main lakehouse table. So I'm overriding, partitioning, sorry, not even that one, that was incorrect, there is a where statement. Here, I'm overriding Delta, replace where year is something. Of course, parametricized so that you kind of get the idea. But here, I can kind of reload. This is a huge, let's assume that this is a huge table, multiple years, 2 terabytes of data or something. I can read from ADLS only those files that are should be replaced, and then I'm replacing the delta table inside a lakehouse. And kind of that is way faster. This one takes now 6 seconds. This doesn't have a lot of data, but in the real time, the most of that 1.5 hours time was used in the big fact tables. And by doing this technique, we get to the 13 minutes. From 1.5 hours to the 13 minutes. Including the uploading part. Kind of already including the uploading part from the SQL. Yeah.
When you do the export to the APIs from the SQL server, you can't bind with like small files.
Correct.
Did you do any sort of like optimization action or anything?
Yeah, that's a good question. And we actually agreed this one before the session. So kind of it sounds like it goes very fluently because we had this discussion that asked that question on this one. The question was, what about the optimization? How those files, you had 40 files, technically can be 80 if it's a big enough table because SQL Server creates 500 gigabyte files. And then when you reach the limit, it creates a new file. But yes, there could be multiple small files or bigger files. How should you optimize that? This one, when you use kind of read from ADLS, save to one lakehouse, uses a Microsoft internal thing called vOrder. There's a Spark optimization technique not available in open source. And what does that do is that when we read the original file here, I have now, this has been by purpose created to the ADLS with max.dop equals 1, so 1 core. So that I get that one big file. 100, because it's easier to show the size, 108 megabytes. When this is being read from the ADLS and saved to the OneLake, what happens? We go and look the tables section here. It's 16 megabytes. So that's actually one of the kind of why Fabric Spark and Fabric SQL are so fast, is that the vOrder technique that they are not releasing as an open source does a very heavy compression. It's not available in SQL Server. That's why SQL Server Parquet files are so big. They are compressed with the snappy compression, but they are still 100 megabytes. Then vOrder plus the same snappy compression, and you get 16 megabytes.
I was more kind of wondering about the first step where you run with the 64-core parallel drive, and you get a bunch of like when they run in parallel. When you showed it was like creating many of 3 megabyte files.
How the same technique? This will optimize the same thing. So the question would be that 40 files to a smaller number of files.
Yeah, or like let's say if you have 10 billion rows, that will most probably create you 100,000 files, each 3 megabyte or 10 megabyte, and Spark is not really good with
Correct. That will, the saving as a new table will kind of optimize that on the fly. You are absolutely correct on that one. That kind of you are measuring that 13 minutes that I said that I will need to run, and you are absolutely correct that optimized number of files is somewhere in the size of 200 to 1 gigabyte, 200 megs to 100 gigabytes, somewhere there. It depends on the clustering size and things like that. SQL Server creates 500 megabyte files. So you could get 40. That's the kind of your bad position, 40 3 megabyte files. But if you have a huge table, it creates 40 500 megabytes tables, and then starts new 40. So kind of you are in the ballpark of the most optimal situation. So that's kind of, but they are big files. We needed to, or in many cases, we wanted to copy them from ADLS to one lake using Fabric Spark because we get this compression benefit. But actually, we will go there because some tables we need as fast as possible, and we are don't care about the compression because we are like looking for the latency more or less. So we will get there very, very shortly. Okay, so we have now tables in a lakehouse. How can I use them? Well, if you go in your workspace on top of any SQL endpoint, you will get a connection string, server name. In Fabric, one workspace is one physical thing. I'm not sure if that was kind of understood before, but you cannot, the limitation why you cannot reference tables or databases from other workspaces is because workspace is the server cluster, but basically for us, the server or endpoint. And this connection string is the same for each SQL endpoint, so basically each database. So when you use your Management Studio Connect to that endpoint, you will end up here. You can see all the databases that are on that specific workspace. So now, I think this one is the incorrect workspace, but this is the workspace. Yes, this is the one we were looking for. So when we now have landed our data to the lakehouse, they are already here on the SQL endpoint. So kind of analysis and reporting, if it's based on the SQL engine or kind of SQL endpoint. So some kind of reporting or something can be done because this is now already queryable. You can actually create these tables or create a table from the shortcut itself. So to your question, kind of, or adding to your question, this table is table that actually the data is still on the ADLS, shortcut it, create it as an external table here, and you can query directly that. So you get rid of the copying part. If some of your data is so that I don't care about the compression, I want them to be just as fast visible as possible. No, that's still on the cloud. This was also a question that we agreed beforehand. That's still using cloud infrastructure. So that's a shortcut from one lake to the ADLS. And it's something that Microsoft doesn't tell officially what it is. But technically, it's not poly-based in a sense because it's done in the file system level. So but we will get there. And good thing for these ones is that when you create, we were targeting about the tabular model refresh. If you go on top of your lakehouse and you create new semantic model, you can choose all the tables you want from your lakehouse and create a semantic model from them. Basically, tabular model or tabular Power BI model or however you want to call it, semantic model nowadays. This one even includes the shortcuts. So kind of that 1.5 hour processing time on the on-premise infrastructure is now going away because these models don't have to be refreshed. They are the data. So in that very specific moment when my stored procedure on SQL Server lands the data on the ADLS, and that shortcut is pointing there, my Power BI report referencing the semantic model has the new data. And that's kind of cool. Kind of the direct lake mode is one of the key things within Atria case, where they are not getting rid of the on-premise infrastructure, they want the cubes to process as fast as possible. So now we are in a step that we are not kind of processing cubes. We are selecting from the database, saving Parquet files, and immediately we have the data available for end users to consume. Okay. I have 9 minutes, and we still have one thing to cover. So, what about very big tables, like terabytes of size of tables? Uploading them, even in a partitioned manner, could be hard because there are tables that kind of the lead or the lag, I don't know which is the correct term, but kind of you can have updates up to the very old rows. So we need to upload a lot of rows to be sure that we have the latest data. And if it's a huge table, we just don't have time for it. So how could we make this even more performant or latency, less latent? Is that English? So what has come just recently is this one. There is not an official public documentation, but the feature is public. It was introduced in build. Hopefully they will come up with some kind of blog post or something. But you can choose the S3 compatible bucket. And for this one, you can use Gateway. And this is interesting, because you can have S3. Look the username, Sami. Now you need to look admin. I just need to remember the password. What was it? If I don't, yeah, that was that. I don't have a fancy storage appliance with S3 compatibility. Atria has. But I have a virtual machine specifically built for this demo purpose, so no production data, thank you. And this one has an S3 compatibility. So an S3, if you don't know, is some other cloud vendor provided file format out there, but we are using that here. I have here a very big table, like 130 million rows or something. And you can see they are no longer 4 megabyte files, they are bigger files. And I have here a delta log. On this delta log, I only have now one row. If I open the same folder here, this is not in the same. This is on my device. On my device, we will kind of do all the good tricks shortly. If we look, the first delta format file, we can see that this one only has one file in it. And then I have second transaction, which has all the other files. And now when I click, on the Fabric and on the Fabric notebook, I have, it would be easier if you just put them in an order. They were in order some time and then something happened. It's the shortcut version, looking for it. Lakehouse. Okay, well, let's write together. I'm a bit, no. It was in this notebook and down here. Yes, that's the perfect one. Here we have this one. This is, and my session just stopped. It doesn't matter. It's 5 seconds. I promised it was 5 seconds. Here we should have the fact internet sales big table. Let's test if it's already here. If not, there is a create statement for it. What's happening is that this fact internet sales big, it's not there. Thank you. I'm creating this from external location, and this external location is that S3 bucket storage coming from the on-premise system. And I'm creating that table. And as all the shortcuts are like standard folders, upper layers in Fabric don't understand that it's a shortcut. It's just a folder. So it behaves exactly like any other folder. You can run a SQL statement for that shortcut or that delta table created on top of the shortcut. And this is actually now invoking a query to on-premise via this gateway. And if I put the perf mon on, I see that there are 5.3 million rows or something in this table. Kind of this one is the interesting number, 355. And then I have a very fancy S3 browser, free and everything for non-commercial use and things like that. But I will upload that other JSON file to my Delta log folder, because that's how Delta works. If you've never kind of, on the morning, on Heine's session, we discussed on a very high level that we have Parquet files, Delta metadata, and others. What the Delta metadata is, it's just that JSON file. So if I add this JSON file with kind of next transaction number, 0 is the first, 1 is the kind of second, to my S3 storage on the on-premise, and rerun this statement. Let's take that one. So that there, we have it kind of as a reference point, and rerun this one while looking for our, I don't know, hopefully, please. Did it already come? No. All the demos worked so well until now. Now it started running. Yes, thank you. Thank you. So it goes to my on-premise storage, and when this goes down sometime, hopefully soon, thank you, please. Now it went down. I have a new number, which is 124 or 24 million. So, and I'm doing a sum of some column, not just cheating that I would do count, because if you see demos doing on Parquet files count, that's on the header. So that's not actually touching the files, but when you do a sum, you have to read through all the files. So we have a table available in our lakehouse pointing to our on-premise storage appliance, which I kind of, with the notepad, pretty much modified the content, and that affected the table kind of internals, what's the data in it, and that's actually reachable from the semantic model also. So we don't need ETL at all. We only need the Parquet files in the storage appliance. And then that's kind of immediately available. So they have some devices, IoT devices, that can produce Parquet files. So we're basically creating Parquet files, and then we have a PowerShell script running loop through the Parquet files, adding them to the Delta context in the folder, and it's immediately available for querying outside. So kind of 5 minutes to load and analyze huge amount of data without moving it. And even better, okay, now I forgot to pause this, but this, if you would integrate over that size of the chart we had there, this is 1.4 gigabytes, this table in Parquet files. It didn't read 1.4 gigabytes of data from the on-premise when I ran the query, because what Microsoft is not also telling to us is that that new gateway we have, if you go to the gateway appliance, it's a virtual machine. You install this application in your own virtual machine or physical server, and then you will open the query execution, aggregation log, something, query execution report, this one, and I will load it over here, and then I will scroll all the way. Let me zoom out so that I can scroll all the way to the down. What you can see is it actually uses a direct query towards your on-premise infrastructure, which is kind of cool if you think. It's a file system. It's not reading the files to Fabric to process there. The on-premise data gateway has a knowledge to read the files, push the predicate to the Parquet files, do all the vectorization it needs to read the files as efficiently as possible, and output the content. So we have like a SQL engine in our gateway reading that. So kind of the amount of data required to transfer to that report is very minimal, because all the kind of the SQL statement in the Fabric was pushed down to the gateway service, and that introduced that, okay, what are the semantics of the Parquet files, and read them from there. In addition, it will do caching. Fabric will do caching. So if I now rerun the query, it will not go to the on-premise storage because it knows that nothing has changed. But still, it didn't have to read the 1.4 gigabytes, or in customer case, the 2 terabyte files, because it can kind of do all that thing on the on-premise. And this gateway is not licensed. It's free, so you can put as big of a virtual machine or something, because SQL people know that core is very costly. If you need an enterprise core, it's very costly. This is not being licensed, so you can be kind of huge device, and then your queries just run. So 2 terabyte file or table, immediately when the file lands, you will have a Power BI report with the semantic model reading from that. And I think that's cool. Thank you. I'm there.
If you can show the slide.
Yes,
there
good.
In the end.
You only had one job, and you failed that one. So here,
yes.
Survey.
Yes, take an image or go to the Azure.li link here. And if you leave your name in the last question there, you will be eligible for this drone. And we will be having the raffle in Arrakis there, behind the second wall, in 10-ish minutes, 6 minutes maybe. So please fill in.
Can I say
yes.
like 2 sentences?
Yes.
Please fill out the form, because we use this feedback to improve our future presentations. Or how does it call? I think that's how they say it on the calls every time, or at least pretty close.
All right, thank you guys. See you in the other room in a couple of minutes.
Did you learn something?